He's English, Buck Mulligan said, and he thinks we ought to speak Irish in Ireland.
I'd like to break with tradition and read a tweet that I came across this morning. It says, "Happy Bloomsday. Don't forget to feed the cat, burn the kidneys, post a letter, buy some soap, have a bath, go to a funeral, visit a newspaper office, library, maternity hospital, have a wank on a beach, get increasingly drunk, hallucinate in a brothel, then make a new friend." "What is your idea of Hamlet?" Haynes asked Stephen. No, Buck Mulligan shouted in pain. "I'm not equal to Thomas Aquinas and the 55 reasons he has made out to prop it up. Wait till I have a few pints in me first." He turned to Stephen, saying as he pulled down neatly the peaks of his primrose waistcoat, "You couldn't manage it under 3 pints, Kinch, could you?" "It has waited so long," Stephen said listlessly. "It can wait longer." "You pique my curiosity," Haynes said amiably. "Is it some paradox?" "Pooh," Buck Mulligan said. "We've grown out of wild and paradoxes. It's quite simple. He proves by algebra that Hamlet's grandson is Shakespeare's grandfather and that he himself is the ghost of his own father." "What?" Haynes said, beginning to point at Stephen. "He himself?" Buck Mulligan slung his towel stolewise round his neck and, bending in loose laughter, said to Stephen's ear, "Oh, shade of Kinch the elder, Japhet in search of a father." "We're always tired in the morning," Stephen said to Haynes, "and it is rather long to tell." Buck Mulligan, walking forward again, raised his hands. "The sacred pint alone can unbind the tongue of Daedalus," he said. "I mean to say," Haynes explained to Stephen as they followed, "this tower and these cliffs here remind me somehow of Elsinore. That beetle's oar is base into the sea, isn't it?" Buck Mulligan turned suddenly for an instant toward Stephen, but did not speak. In the bright, silent instant, Stephen saw his own image in cheap, dusty mourning between their gay attires. "It's a wonderful tale," Haynes said, bringing them to halt again. Eyes pale as the sea, the wind had freshened, paler, firm, and prudent. The sea's ruler, he gazed southward over the bay, empty save for the smoke plume of the mailboat, vague on the bright skyline, and a sail tacking by the Muglands. "I read a theological interpretation of it somewhere," he said, bemused. "The father and the son idea. The son striving to be atoned with the father." Buck Mulligan at once put on a blithe, broadly smiling face. He looked at them, his well-shaped mouth open happily, his eyes, from which he had suddenly withdrawn all shrewd sense, blinking with mad gaiety. He moved a doll's head to and fro, the brims of his Panama hat quivering, and began to chant in a quiet, happy, foolish voice. "I'm the queerest young fella that ever you heard. My mother's a Jew, my father's a bird. With Joseph the joiner I cannot agree, so here's to disciples and Calvary." He held up a forefinger of warning. "If anyone thinks that I amn't divine, he'll get no free drinks when I'm making the wine, but have to drink water and wish it were plain that I make when the wine becomes water again." He tugged swiftly at Stephen's ash plant in farewell, and running forward to a brow of the cliff, fluttered his hands at his sides like fins or wings of one about to rise in the air, and chanted, "Goodbye now, goodbye, write down all I said, and tell Tom, Dick, and Harry I rose from the dead. What's bred in the bone can fail me to fly, and Olivet's breezy, goodbye now, goodbye." He capered before them down towards the 40-foot hole, fluttering his wing-like hands, leaping nimbly, Mercury's hat quivering in the fresh wind that bore back to them his brief bird-sweet cries. Haynes, who had been laughing guardedly, walked on beside Stephen and said, "We oughtn't to laugh, I suppose. He's rather blasphemous. I'm not a believer myself, that is to say. Still, his gaiety takes the harm out of it somehow, doesn't it? What did he call it? Joseph the joiner?" The Ballad of Joking Jesus, Stephen answered. Oh, Haynes said, you've heard it before? 3 times a day, after meals, Stephen said dryly. You're not a believer, are you? Haynes asked. I mean a believer in the narrow sense of the word. Creation from nothing and miracles and a personal God. There's only one sense of the word, it seems to me, Stephen said. Thank you.
I'm the queerest young fellow that ever you heard. My mother's a Jew and my father's a bird. With Joseph the joiner, I cannot agree. So here's to disciples and Calvary. If anyone thinks that I ain't divine, he'll get no free drinks when I'm making the wine, but have to drink water and wish it were plain that I make when the wine becomes water again. Goodbye now, goodbye, write all I said, and tell Dominic Harry I rose from the dead. What's bred in the bone cannot fail me to fly, and all of it's breezy. Goodbye now, goodbye.
A stick struck the door and a voice in the corridor called, "Hockey!" They broke asunder, sidling out of their benches, leaping them. Quickly they were gone, and from the lumber room came the rattle of sticks and clamor of their boots and tongues. Sargent, who alone had lingered, came forward slowly, showing an open copybook. His tangled hair and scraggy neck gave witness of unreadiness, and through his misty glasses, weak eyes looked up, pleading. On his cheek, dull and bloodless, a soft stain of ink lay, date-shaped, recent, and damp as a snail's bed. He held out his copybook. The word "sums" was written on the headline. Beneath were sloping figures, and at the foot a crooked signature with blind loops and a blot. Cyril Sargent, his name and seal. Mr. Deasy told me to write them out all again, he said, and show them to you, sir. Stephen touched the edges of the book. Futility. Do you understand how to do them now, he asked. Numbers 11 to 15, Sargent answered. Mr. Deasy said I was to copy them off the board, sir. Can you do them yourself? Stephen asked. No, sir. Ugly and futile, lean neck and tangled hair, and a stain of ink a snail's bed. Yet someone had loved him, borne him in her arms and in her heart. But for her, the race of the world would have trampled him underfoot, a squashed, boneless snail. She had loved his weak, watery blood drained from her own. Was that then real? The only true thing in life, his mother's prostrate body, the fiery Columbanus in holy zeal bestrode? She was no more the trembling skeleton of a twig burnt in the fire, an odor of rosewood and wetted ashes. She had saved him from being trampled underfoot and had gone, scarcely having been. A poor soul gone to heaven, and on a heath beneath, winking stars, a fox, red reek of rapine in his fur, with merciless bright eyes scraped in the earth, listened, scraped up the earth, listened, scraped, and scraped. Sitting at his side, Stephen solved out the problem. He proves by algebra that Shakespeare's ghost is Hamlet's grandfather. Sergeant peered askance through his slanted glasses. Hockey sticks rattled in the lumber room, the hollow knock of a ball, and calls from the field. Across the page, the symbols moved in grave Maurice, in the mummery of their letters, wearing quaint caps of squares and cubes. Give hands traverse, bow to partner, so, imps the fancy of the Moors, gone too from the world, Averroes and Moses Maimonides, dark men in mien and movement, flashing in their mocking mirrors the obscure soul of the world, a darkness shining in brightness, which brightness could not comprehend. Do you understand now? Can you work the second for yourself? Yes, sir. In long, shaky strokes, Sergeant copied the data. Waiting always for a word of help, his hand moved faithfully the unsteady symbols, a faint hue of shame flickering behind his dull skin. Amor matris, subjective and objective genitive. With her weak blood and way-sour milk, she had fed him and hid from sight of others his swaddling bands. Like him was I. These sloping shoulders, this gracelessness, my childhood bends beside me. Too far for me to lay a hand there once or lightly. Mine is far, and his secret as our eyes. Secrets, silent, stony, sit in the dark palaces of both our hearts. Secrets weary of their tyranny, tyrants willing to be dethroned. The sum was done. It is very simple, Stephen said as he stood up. Yes, sir, thanks, Sergeant answered. He dried the page with a sheet of thin blotting paper and carried his copybook back to his bench. You'd better get your stick and go out to the others, Stephen said as he followed towards the door, the boy's graceless form. Yes, sir. In the corridor, his name was heard, called from the playfield. Sergeant! Run on, Stephen said. Mr. Deasy is calling.
Stale, smoky air hung in the study with the smell of drab, abraded leather of its chairs. As on the first day, he bargained with me here. As it is in the beginning, is now. On the sideboard, the tray of Stuart coins, base treasure of a bog, and ever shall be. And snug in their spoon case of purple, plush, faded, the 12 apostles, having preached to all Gentiles, world without end. A hasty step over the stone porch and in the corridor, blowing out his rare mustache, Mr. Deasy halted at the table. First, our little financial settlement, he said. He brought out of his coat a pocketbook bound by a leather thong. It slapped open, and he took from it 2 notes, one of joint halves, and laid them carefully on the table. 2, he said, strapping and stowing his pocketbook away. And now, his strong room for the gold. Stephen's embarrassed hand moved over the shells heaped in the cold stone mortar, whelks and money of cowries and leopard shells. In this, whirled as an emir's turban. In this, the scallop of St. James, an old pilgrim's hoard, dead treasure, hollowed shells. A sovereign fell, bright and new, on the soft pile of tablecloth. 3, Mr. Deasy said, turning the little savings box about in his hand. These are handy things to have. See, this is for sovereigns. This is for shillings, 6pence, half-crowns, and here, crowns, see? He shot from it 2 crowns and 2 shillings. 3.12, he said. I think you'll find that's right. Thank you, sir, Stephen said, gathering the money together in shy haste and putting it all in a pocket of his trousers. No thanks at all, Mr. Deasy said. You have earned it. Stephen's hand, free again, went back to the hollow shells, symbols too of beauty and power. A lump in my pocket, symbols soiled by greed and misery. Don't carry it like that, Mr. Deasy said. You'll put it out somewhere and lose it. You just buy one of these machines. You'll find them very handy. Answer something. Mine would often be empty, Stephen said. The same room and hour, the same wisdom, and I the same. 3 times now, 3 nooses around me here. Well, I can break them in this instant if I will. Because you don't save, Mr. Deasy said, pointing his finger, you don't know yet what money is. Money is power. When you lived as long as I have, I know, if youth but knew. But what does Shakespeare say? Put but money in thy purse. Iago, Stephen murmured. He lifted his gaze from the idle shelves to the old man's stare. He knew what money was, Mr. Deasy said. He made money. A poet, yes, but an Englishman too. Do you know what is the pride of the English? Do you know what is the proudest word you will ever hear from an Englishman's mouth? The sea's ruler, the sea-cold eyes looked on the empty bay. It seems history is to blame, on me and on my words, unhating. That on his empire, Stephen said, the sun never sets. Bah, Mr. Deasy said, that's not English. That's French Celt said that. He tapped his savings box against his thumbnail. I will tell you, he said solemnly, what is the proudest boast. I paid my way, good man, good man. I paid my way. I never borrowed a shilling in my life. Can you feel that? I owe nothing, can you? Mulligan, 9 pounds, 3 pairs of socks, 1 pair of brogues, ties. Curran, 10 guineas. McCann, 1 guinea. Fred Ryan, 2 shillings. Temple, 2 lunches. Russell, 1 guinea. Cousins, 10 shilling. Bob Reynolds, half a guinea. Coer, 3 guineas. Miss McKernan, 5 weeks' board. The lump I have is useless. For the moment, no, Stephen answered. Mr. Deasy laughed with such rich delight, putting back his savings box. I knew you couldn't, he said joyously, but one day you must feel it. We are a generous people, but we must also be just. I fear those big words, Stephen said, which make us so unhappy.
A point. Live dog. Grew into sight running across the sweep of sand. Lord, is he going to attack me? Respect his liberty. You will not be master of others or their slave. I have my stick. Sit tight. From farther away, walking shoreward across from the crested tide, figures. 2 Marys. They have tucked it safe among the bulrushes. Peekaboo, I see you. No, the dog. Is he running back to them? Who? Galleys of the Lachlan's ran here to beach in quest of prey, their blood-beaked prows riding low on a molten pewter surf. Dane Vikings, torques of tomahawks, a glitter on their breasts, when Malachi wore the collar of gold. A school of turtle-hide whales stranded in hot noon, spouting, hobbling in the shallows. Then from the starving cagework city, a horde of jerkine dwarfs, my people, with flayers' knives, running, scaling, hacking in green blubbery whale meat. Famine, plague, and slaughters. Their blood is in me, their lust my waves. I moved among them on the frozen liffey, that I, a changeling among the spluttering resin fires. I spoke to no one, none to me. The dog's bark ran towards him. stopped, ran back. Dog of my enemy, I just simply stood, pale, silent, bayed about. Terribilia metidens, a primrose doublet, fortune's knave, smiled on my fear. For that, you're pining the bark of their applauses. Pretenders live their lives. The Bruce's brother, Thomas Fitzgerald, Silken Knight, Perkin Warbeck, York's false scion, in breeches of silk of white rose ivory, wonder of a day, and Lambert, Simnel, with a tale of Nans and sutlers, a scullion crowned. All kings' sons, paradise of pretenders, then and now. He saved men from drowning, and you shake at a cur's yelping. But the courtiers who mocked Guido in Or, San Michel, were in their own house of, we don't want any of your medieval albatrocities. Would you do what he did? A boat would be near, a lifebuoy, naturally, put there for you. Would you or would you not? The man that was drowned 9 days ago off Maiden's Rock. They're waiting for him now. The truth, spit it out. I would want to. I would try. I am not a strong swimmer. Water, cold, soft. When I put my face into it, in the basins at Clongowes, can't see. Who's behind me? Out quickly, quickly. Do you see the tide flowing quickly in on all sides, sheeting the lows of sands? Quickly, shell cocoa colored? If I had land under my feet, I want his life still to be his, mine to be mine. A drowning man. His human eyes screamed to me out of horror of his death. I, with him together down, I could not save her. Waters, bitter death, lost.
Touch me, soft eyes, soft, soft, soft hand. I am lonely here. Oh, touch me soon, now. What is that word known to all men? I am quiet here alone, sad too. Touch, touch me. He lay back at full stretch over the sharp rocks, cramming the scribbled note and pencil into a pocket, his hat tilted down on his eyes. That is Kevin Egan's movement I made, nodding for his nap, Sabbath sleep. Et vidit Deus, et errant valde bona. Allo, bonjour. Welcome as the flowers in May. Under its leaf he watched through peacock twittering lashes the southing sun. I am caught in this burning scene, Pan's hour, the faunal noon. Among gum-heavy serpent plants, milk-oozing fruits, where on the tawny waters leaves lie wide. Pain is far. And no more turn aside and brood. His gaze brooded on his broad-toed boots, a buck's cast-offs. Nabin Nynander, he counted the creases of rucked leather wherein another's foot had nested warm. The foot that beat the ground in tripudium, foot I dislove. But you were delighted when Esther Oswald's shoe went on you, girl I knew in Paris. Tiens, quel petit pied. Staunch friend, a brother's soul. Wild's love that dare not speak its name. His arm, Cranley's arm. He now will leave me, and the blame? As I am. All or not at all. In long lassos from the Cock Lake, the water flowed full, covering green goldenly lagoons of sand, rising, flowing. My ash plant will float away. I shall wait. No, they will pass on, passing, chafing against the low rocks, swirling, passing. Better get this job over quick. Listen. A four-worded wave speech. Sisu, ris, risius, us. Vehement breath of waters amid sea snakes, rearing horses, rocks. In cups of rocks it slops. Flop, slop, slap, bounding in barrels. And, spent, its speech ceases. It flows purling, widely flowing, floating foam pool, flower unfurling. Under the upswelling tide, he saw the writhing reeds lift languidly and sway reluctant arms, hizing up their petticoats and whispering water swaying and upturning coy silver fronds. Day by day, night by night, lifted. Day by day, night by night, lifted, flooded, and let fall. Lord, they are weary, and whispered to, they sigh. St. Ambrose heard its sigh of leaves and waves, waiting, awaiting the fullness of their times. Debis ac noctibus inurius patiens ingemenskit. To no end gathered, vainly then released, forth flowing, wending back, loom of the moon. Weary too in sight of lovers, lascivious men, a naked woman shining in her courts, she draws a toil of waters. 5 fathoms out there, full fathom 5, their father lies. At 1, he said, found drowned, high water at Dublin bar, driving before it a loose drift of rubble, fan shoals of fishes, silly shells, a corpse rising salt white from the undertow, bobbing apace, a porpoise landward. There he is, hook it quick, pull, sunk though he beneath the watery floor. We have him, easy now. Bag of corpse gas sopping in fall brine, a quiver of minnows, fat of a spongy titbit, flashed through the slits of his buttoned trouser fly. God becomes man, becomes fish, becomes barnacle, goose becomes featherbed mountain. Dead breaths I living breathe, tread dead dust, devour a Uranus offal from all dead. Hauled stark over the gunwale, he breathes upward the stench of his green grave, his leprous nosehole snoring to the sun. A sea change this, brown eyes salt blue, sea death, mildest of all deaths known to man. Old Father Ocean, Prix de Paris, beware of imitations. Just you give it a fair trial. We enjoyed ourselves immensely. Come, I thirst. Clouding over, no black clouds anywhere, are there? Thunderstorm, all bright he falls, proud lightning of the intellect. Lucifer dico qui nescit ocassum. No, my cockle hat and staff and hiss me sandal shoon. Where? To evening lands, evening will find itself. He took the hilt of his ash plant, lunging it softly, dallying still. Yes, evening will find itself in me, without me. All days make their end. By the way, next, when is it Tuesday will be the longest day of all the glad new year? Mother, the rum-tum tiddly-tum, Lawn Tennyson, gentleman poet, Ja, for the old hag with the yellow teeth, and Monsieur Drummond, gentleman journalist, Ja. My teeth are bad. Why, I wonder? Feel, that one's going too. Shells. Ought I go to a dentist, I wonder, with that money? That one. This, toothless Kinch, the Superman. Why is that, I wonder? Or does it mean something, perhaps? My handkerchief. He threw it. I remembered. Did I not take it up? His hand groped vainly in his pockets. No, I didn't. Better buy one. He laid the dry snot picked from his nostril on a ledge of rock carefully. For the rest, let look who will. Behind. Perhaps there is someone. He turned his face over shoulder, regardant, moving through the air, high spars of a three-master, her sails brailed up on the cross trees, homing upstream, silently moving, a silent ship.
Mr. Leopold Bloom ate with relish the inner organs of beasts and fowls. He liked thick giblet soup, nutty gizzards, a stuffed roast heart, liver slices fried with crust crumbs, fried hen cod's roes. Most of all, he liked grilled mutton kidneys, which gave to his palate a fine tang of faintly scented urine.
Meow.
Ew. Kidneys were in his mind as he moved about the kitchen softly, writing her breakfast things on the humpy tray. Gelid light and air were in the kitchen, but out of doors, gentle summer morning everywhere made him feel a bit peckish. The coals were reddening. Another slice of bread and butter, 3, 4, right? She didn't like her plate full, right? He turned from the tray.
Meow.
Not yet. He turned from the tray, lifted the kettle off the hob, and set it sideways on the fire. It sat there, dull and squat, its spout stuck out. Cup of tea soon. Good. Mouth dry. The cat walked stiffly round a leg of the table with tail on high.
Meow.
Oh, there you are.
Mr. Bloom said, turning from the fire. The cat mewed an answer
Meow.
and stalked again stiffly round a leg of the table, mewing.
Meow.
Good. Just how she stalks over my writing table. Purr, scratch my head, purr. Mr. Bloom watched curiously, kindly, the lithe black form. Clean to see, the gloss of her sleek hide, the white button under the butt of her tail, the green flashing eyes. He bent down to her, his hands on his knees.
Milk for the pussins.
He said.
Meow.
The cat cried. They call them stupid. She understands what we say better than we understand them. She understands all she wants to. Vindictive, too. Cruel. Her nature. Curious mice never squeal. Seem to like it. Wonder what I look like to her. Height of a tower? No. She can jump me.
Afraid of the chickens, she is, he said mockingly. Afraid of the chooks. Never saw such a stupid pussins as the pussins.
Meow.
The cat said loudly. She blinked up out of her avid, shame-closing eyes, mewing plaintively and long, showing him her milk-white teeth.
Meow.
Good. He watched the dark eye slits narrowing with greed till her eyes were green stones. Then he went to the dresser, took the jug Hanlon's milkman had just filled for him, poured warm bubbled milk on a saucer, and set it slowly on the floor. She cried, running to lap. He watched the bristles shining wirily in the weak light as she tipped them 3 times and licked lightly.
Wonder is it true if you clip them they can't mouse after? Why? They shine in the dark, perhaps. The tips, or kind of feelers in the dark, perhaps.
He listened to her licking lap. Ham and eggs? No. No good eggs with this drought. Want pure fresh water. Thursday? Not a good day either for a mutton kidney at Buckley's. Fried with butter, a shake of pepper. Better a pork kidney at Lugatz's. While the kettle is boiling, she lapped slower, then licking the saucer clean. Why are their tongues so rough? To lap better, all the porous holes. Nothing she can eat? He glanced round him. No. On quietly creaky boots, he went up the staircase to the hall, paused by the bedroom door. She might like something tasty. Thin bread and butter she likes in the morning. Still, perhaps, once in a way. He said softly in the bare hall.
I'm going round the corner. Be back in a minute.
And when he had heard his voice say it, he added,
You don't want anything for breakfast?
A sleepy, soft grunt answered, No, she didn't want anything. He heard then a warm, heavy sigh, softer, as she turned over the loose brass quoits of the bedstead jingled. Must get those settled, really. Pity, all the way from Gibraltar. Forgotten any little Spanish she knew. Wonder what her father gave for it. Old style. Ah, yes, of course. Bought it at the governor's auction. Got a short knock. Hard as nails at a bargain, old Tweedy. Yes, sir. At Plevna, that was. I rose from the ranks, sir, and I'm proud of it. Still, he had brains enough to make that corner in stamps. Now that was far-seeing.
Thank you, guys. You're great. Good job, Pat. Let's go.
Happy Father's Day. 2 letters and a card lay on the hall floor. He stooped and gathered them. Mrs. Marion Bloom. His quickened heart slowed at once. Bold hand. Mrs. Marion. Poldy. Entering the bedroom door, he half closed his eyes and walked through warm yellow twilight towards her tousled head. Who are the letters for? He looked at them. Mullingar, Millie. A letter for me from Millie, he said carefully, and a card to you, and a letter for you. He laid her card and letter on the twill bedspread near the curve of her knees. Do you want the blind up? Letting the blind up gently by tugs halfway, his backward eye saw her glance at the letter and tuck it under her pillow. That do? He asked, turning. She was reading the card, propped on her elbow. She got the things, she said. He waited till she had laid the card aside and curled herself back slowly with a snug sigh. Hurry up with that tea, she said. I'm parched. The kettle's boiling, he said. But he delayed to clear the chair. Her striped petticoat, tossed soiled linen, and lifted all in an armful onto the foot of the bed. As he went down the kitchen stairs, she called, Poldy, what? Scald the teapot. On the boil, sure enough, a plume of steam from the spout. He scalded and rinsed out the teapot and put in 4 full spoons of tea, tilting the kettle then to let the water flow in. Having set it to draw, he took off the kettle, crushed the pan fat on the live coals, and watched the lump of butter slide and melt. While he unwrapped the kidney, the cat mewed hungrily against him. Give her too much meat, she won't mouse. Say they won't eat pork. Kosher. Here. He let the blood-smeared paper fall to her and dropped the kidney amid the sizzling butter sauce. Pepper. He sprinkled it through his fingers ringwise from the chipped egg cup. Then he slid open his letter, glancing down the page and over. Thanks. New Tam, Mr. Coughlin, Lock Old Picnic, young student, Blazes Boylan's Seaside Girls. The tea was drawn. He filled his own mustache cup, sham-crowned Darby, smiling. Silly Millie's birthday gift. Only 5 she was then. No, wait, 4. I gave her the embroidered necklace she broke, putting pieces of folded brown paper in the letterbox for her. He smiled, pouring. Oh, Millie Bloom, you are my darling. You are my looking glass from night to morning. I'd rather have you without a farthing than Katie Keogh with her ass and garden. Poor old Professor Goodwin. Dreadful old case. Still, he was a courteous old chap, old-fashioned, the way he used to bow Molly off the platform. And the little mirror in his silk hat, the night Millie brought it into the parlor. Oh, look what I found in Professor Goodwin's hat. Oh, we laughed. Sex breaking out even then. Pert little piece she was. He prodded a fork into the kidney and slapped it over, then fitted the teapot on the tray. Its hump bumped as he took it up. Everything on it? Bread and butter, 4. Sugar, spoon, or cream, yes. He carried it upstairs, his thumb hooked in the teapot handle. Nudging the door open with his knee, he carried the tray in and set it on the chair by the bedhead. "What a time you were," she said. She set the brasses jingling as she raised herself briskly, an elbow on the pillow. He looked calmly down on her bulk and between her large, soft bubs sloping within her nightdress like a she-goat's udder. The warmth of her couched body rose on the air, mingling with the fragrance of the tea she poured.
A strip of torn envelope peeped from under the dimpled pillow. In the act of going, he stayed to straighten the bedspread. "Who was the letter from?" he asked. Bold hand, Marion. "Oh, Boylan," she said. "He's bringing the program." "What are you singing?" "Lachi Derem with J.C. Doyle," she said, "and Love's Old Sweet Song." Her full lips, drinking, smiled. Rather stale smell that incense leaves next day, like foul flower water. "Would you like the window open a little?" She doubled a slice of bread into her mouth, asking, "What time is the funeral?" 11, I think," he answered. "I didn't see the paper." Following the pointing of her finger, he took up a leg of her soiled drawers from the bed. "No?" Then a twisted gray garter looped round a stocking, rumpled shiny sole. "No, that book." Other stocking, her petticoat. "It must have fell down," she said. He felt here and there. Voglio e non vorrei. Wonder if she pronounces that right. Voglio. Not in the bed. Must have slid down. He stooped and lifted the valance. The book, fallen, sprawled against the bulge of the orange-keyed chamber pot. "Show here," she said. "I put a mark in it. There's a word I wanted to ask you." She swallowed a draught of tea from her cup held by knot handle, and, having wiped her fingertips smartly on the blanket, began to search the text with the hairpin till she reached the word. "Madam what?" he asked. "Here," she said. "What does that mean?" He leaned downward and read near her polished thumbnail. "Metempsychosis?" "Yes. Who's he when he's at home?" "Metempsychosis," he said, frowning. "It's Greek, from the Greek. That means the transmigration of souls." "Oh, rocks," she said. "Tell us in plain words." He smiled, glancing askance at her mocking eyes. The same young eyes, the first night after the charades, Dolphin's Barn. He turned over the smudged pages. Ruby, the pride of the ring. Hello. Illustration. Fierce Italian with carriage whip. Must be Ruby, pride of the on the floor naked. Sheep kindly lent. The monster Maffei desisted and flung his victim from him with an oath. Cruelty behind it all. Doped animals. Trapeze at Hengler's. Had to look the other way. Mob gaping. Break your neck and we'll break our sides. Families of them. Bone them young so they metempsychosis. That we live after death. Our souls. That a man's soul after he dies. Dignum's soul. "Did you finish it?" he asked. "Yes," she said. "There's nothing smutty in it. Is she in love with the first fellow all the time?" "Never read it. Do you want another?" "Yes. Get another of Paul de Kock's. Nice name he has." She poured more tea into her cup, watching it flow sideways. "Must get that Capel Street library book renewed or they'll write to Kearney, my guarantor. Reincarnation, that's the word." "Some people believe," he said, "that we go on living in another body after death, that we lived before. They call it reincarnation, that we all lived before on the earth, thousands of years ago, or some other planet. They say we have forgotten it. Some say they remember their past lives." The sluggish cream wound curdling spirals through her tea. Better remind her of the word, metempsychosis. An example would be better. An example? The bath of the nymph over the bed, given away with the Easter number of photo bits, splendid masterpiece in art colors. Tea before you put milk in. Not unlike her with her hair down, slimmer. 3 and 6 I gave for the frame. She said it would look nice over the bed. Naked nymphs, Greece, and for instance, all the people that lived then. He turned the pages back. Metempsychosis, he said, is what the ancient Greeks called it. They used to believe you could be changed into an animal or a tree, for instance. What they called nymphs, for example. Her spoon ceased to stir up the sugar. She gazed straight before her, inhaling through her arched nostrils. "There's a smell of burned," she said. "Did you leave anything on the fire?" "The kidney," he cried suddenly.
He fitted the book roughly into his inner pocket and, stubbing his toe against the broken commode, hurried out towards the smell, stepping hastily down the stairs with a flurried stork's leg. Pungent smoke shot up in an angry jet from the side of the pan. By prodding a prong of the fork under the kidney, he detached it and turned it turtle on its back. Only a little burnt, he tossed it off the pan onto a plate and let the scanty brown gravy trickle over it. Cup of tea now. He sat down, cut and buttered a slice of the loaf. He shore away the burnt flesh and flung it to the cat. Then he put a forkful into his mouth, chewing with discernment the toothsome, pliant meat. Done to a turn. A mouthful of tea. Then he cut away dies of bread, sopped one in the gravy, and put it in his mouth. What was that about some young student and a picnic? He creased out the letter at his side, reading it slowly as he chewed, sopping another die of bread in the gravy and raising it to his mouth.
Dearest Papley, thanks ever so much for the lovely birthday present. It suits me splendid. Everyone says I am quite the belle in my new tam. I got Mummy's lovely box of creams and I'm writing. They are lovely. I am getting on swimming in the photo business now. Mr. Coughlin took one of me and Mrs. We'll send when developed. We did great biz yesterday. Fair day, and all the beef to the heels were in. We are going to Loch All on Monday with a few friends to make a scrap picnic. Give my love to Mummy and to yourself a big kiss and thanks. I hear them at the piano downstairs. There's to be a concert in the Greville Arms on Saturday. There's a young student comes here some evenings named Bannon. His cousins or something are big swells. And he sings Boylan's. I was on the pop of writing Blaze's Boylan's song about those seaside girls. Tell him Silly Millie sends my best respects. I must now close with fondest love, your fond daughter, Millie. P.S. Excuse bad writing. Am in hurry. Bye-bye, M.
15 yesterday. Curious. 15th of the month, too. Her first birthday away from home. Separation. Remember the summer morning she was born, running to knock up Mrs. Thornton in Denzil Street. Jolly old woman. Lots of babies she must have helped into this world. She knew from the first poor little Rudy wouldn't live. Well, God is good, sir. She knew at once. He would be 11 now if he had lived. His vacant face stared pityingly at the postscript. Excuse bad writing. Hurry. Piano downstairs. Coming out of her shell. Row with her in the XL Cafe about the bracelet. Wouldn't eat her cakes or speak or look. Saucebox. He sopped up other dies of bread in the gravy and ate piece after piece of kidney. 12 and 6 a week. Not much. Still, she might do worse. Music hall stage. Young student. He drank a draught of cooler tea to wash down his meal. Then he read the letter again. Twice.
Oh, well, she knows how to mind herself. But if not, no, nothing has happened. Of course it might. Wait in any case, sorry, till it does. a wild piece of goods, her slim legs running up the staircase. Destiny, ripening now, vain, very.
Down at Margate, looking very charming, you are sure to meet those girls, dear girls, those lovely seaside girls. With sticks they steer and promenade the pier to give the boys a treat. In piqué silks and lace, they tip you quite a playful wink. It always is the case. You seldom stop to think. You fall in love, of course, upon the spot, but not with one girl, always with a lot. Those girls, dear girls, those lovely seaside girls, all simple smiles and curls. Your head it simply whirls. They look alright, complexions pink and white. They've diamond rings and dainty feet, golden hair from Regent Street, lace and grace and lots of face. Those pretty little seaside girls. Those girls, dear girls, those lovely seaside girls, all dimples, smiles, and curls. Your head it simply whirls. They look alright, complexions pink and white. They've diamond rings and dainty feet, golden hair from Regent Street, lace and grace and lots of face. Those pretty little seaside girls.
Which one are we? Happy Bloomsday, everyone. We're going to take a break. Thank you all for coming. We're going to take a break for about 5 minutes with a little music, but I also wanted to remind you we have a silent auction going on down here with all kinds of wonderful Bloomsday and Rosenbach related items, and also today all levels of membership at the Rosenbach are 15% off. So we will take a quick break with 5 minutes of music from Give It Up for Darren and John. Well, thanks, guys. I just want to let everybody know, if the rain does start to pour down, we will have to pause. So they'll have to turn the power off because we obviously don't want anyone electrocuted here. So there may be a brief pause if the rain really starts to come down, but otherwise we're going to keep going with the day. And I just want to remind you, too, the beer garden is now open.
A flower. I think it's a yellow flower with flattened petals. Not annoyed then? What does she say? Dear Henry, I got your last letter to me and thank you very much for it. I'm sorry you did not like my last letter. Why did you enclose the stamps? I'm awfully angry with you. I do wish I could punish you for that. I called you naughty boy because I do not like the other world. Please tell me, what is the real meaning of that word? Are you not happy in your home? You poor little naughty boy. I do wish I could do something for you. Please tell me what you think of poor me. I often think of the beautiful name you have. Dear Henry, when will we meet? I think of you so often, you have no idea. I've never felt myself so much drawn to a man as you. I feel so bad about. Please write me a long letter and tell me more. Remember, if you do not, I will punish you. So now you know what I will do to you, you naughty boy. If you do not wrote, oh, how I long to meet you, Henry. Henry, dear, do not deny my request, for my patience are exhausted. Then I will tell you all. Goodbye now, naughty darling. I have such a bad headache today. And write by return to your longing Martha. P.S. Do not tell me what kind of perfume does your wife, do tell me what kind of perfume does your wife use. I want to know. XXXX. He tore the flower gravely from its pinhold, smelt its almost no smell, and placed it in his heart pocket. Language of flowers. They like it because no one can hear. Or a poison bouquet to strike him down. Then walking slowly forward, he read the letter again, murmuring here and there a word. Angry tulips with you, darling manflower, punish your cactus if you don't, please. Poor forget-me-not, how I long violets, to dear roses when we meet, anemone meet, all naughty nightstock wife, Martha's perfume. Having read it all, he took it from the newspaper and put it back into his side pocket. Weak joy opened his lips, changed since the first letter. Wondered did she wrote it herself, doing the indignant. A girl of good family like me, respectable character, could meet one Sunday after rosary. Thank you, not having any. Usual love scrimmage, then running round corners, bad as a row with Molly. Cigar has a cooling effect, narcotic. Go further next time, naughty boy. Punish. Afraid of words, of course. Brutal. Why not? Try it anyhow. A bit of time. Fingering still the letter in his pocket, he drew the pin out of it. Common pin, eh? He threw it on the road, out of her clothes somewhere, pinned together. Queer the number of pins they always have. No roses without thorns.
The cold smell of sacred stone called him. He trod the worn steps, pushed the swing door, and entered softly by the rear. Something going on, some sodality, pity so empty, nice, discreet place to be next some girl. Who was my neighbor, jammed by the hour to slow music? That woman at midnight mass, seventh heaven. Women knelt in the benches with crimson halters round their necks, heads bowed. A batch knelt at the altar rails. The priest went by them, murmuring, holding the thing in his hands. He stopped at each, took out a communion, shook a drop or two off of it, and put it neatly in her mouth. Her hat and head sank. Then the next one. Her hat sank at once. Then the next one, a small old woman. The priest bent down to put it in her mouth, murmuring all the time Latin. The next one, shut your eyes and open your mouth. What? Corpus. Corpse. Good idea, the Latin. Stupefies them first. Hospice for the dying. They don't seem to chew it, only swallow it down. Rum idea, eating bits of a corpse. Why the cannibals cotton to it. He stood aside, watching their blind masks pass down the aisle one by one and seek their places. He approached a bench and seated himself in its corner, nursing his hat and newspaper. These pots we have to wear. We ought to have hats modeled on our heads. They were about him here and there, with heads still bowed in their crimson halters, waiting for it to melt in their stomachs. Something like those matzah. It's sort of a bread, an unleavened showbread. Look at them. Now I bet it makes them feel happy. Lollipop. It does. Yes, bread of angels it's called. There's a big idea behind it. Kind of a kingdom of God is within you feel. First communicants. Hokey pokey, penny a lump. They feel all like one family party, same in the theater, all in the same swim. They do, I'm sure of that. Not so lonely in our confraternity. Then come out a bit spreeish, let off steam. Thing is, if you really believe it, Lord's Cure, Waters of Oblivion, and the Knock Apparition, statues bleeding. Old fellas sleep near the confession box, hence those snores. Blind faith, safe in the arms of kingdom come. Lulls all pain, wake this time next year. He saw the priest stow the communion cup away, well in, and kneel an instant before it, showing a large gray boot sole from under the lace affair he had on. Suppose he lost those pins of his. He wouldn't know what to do. Bald spot behind. Letters on his back. INRI? No, IHS. Molly told me once, I asked her, I have sinned or no? I have suffered. And the other one, iron nails ran in. Meet one Sunday after the rosary. Do not deny my request. Turn up with a veil and black bag. Dusk and the light behind her. She might be here with a ribbon round her neck and the other thing all the same on the sly. Their character, that fella that turned Queen's evidence on the Invincibles, he used to receive Carey was his name, the communion every morning. This very church. Peter Carey, yes? No, Peter Claver I'm thinking of, Dennis Carey. And just imagine that, wife and 6 children at home and plotting murder all the time. Those craw thumpers. Now that's a good name for them. There's always something shifty looking about them. They're not straight men of business either. Oh no, she's not here. The flower, no. By the way, did I tear up the envelope? Yes, under the bridge. The priest was rinsing out the chalice. Then he tossed off the dregs smartly. Wine. It makes it more aristocratic than, for example, if he drank what they're used to, Guinness Porter or some temperance beverage, Wheatley's Dublin hop bitters or Cantrell and Cochrane's ginger ale. Doesn't give them any of it. Show wine, only the other. Cold comfort. Pious fraud, but quite right. Otherwise, they'd have one old boozer worse than the other coming along catching a drink. Queer, the whole atmosphere of it, but quite right, perfectly right, that is.
we're going to have to take a little break with the rain coming down with the power situation. We're going to have to shut it down. So, and luckily enough, there are umbrellas for sale. At the top table over here. Bear with us, we'll start up again as soon as we can.
He strolled out of the shop, the newspaper baton under his arm, the cool wrapped soap in his left hand. At his armpit bent her lion's voice, and hand said, "Hello, Mr. Bloom. What's the best news? Is that today? Show us a minute." Shaved off his mustache again? By Jove, long cold upper lip, to look younger, and he does look balmy, younger than I am. Bantan Lyon's yellow, black-nailed fingers unrolled the baton. "Wants to wash, too. Take off the rough dirt. Good morning. Have you used Pear's soap today?" Dandruff was on his shoulders, scalp wants oiling. "I want to see about the French horse that's running today," Bantan Lyons said. "Where the bugger is it?" He wrestled the pleated pages, jerking his chin on his high collar with a barber's itch. Tight collar, he'll lose his hair. Better leave him the paper and get shut of him. You can keep it, Mr. Bloom said. Ascot, cold cup. Wait, Bantan Lewis Lyons muttered. Half a month, maximum a second. I was going to throw it away, Mr. Bloom said. Bantam Lyons raised his eyes suddenly and leered weakly. What's that? His sharp voice said. I said you could keep it, Mr. Bloom answered. I was going to throw it away that moment. Bantam Lyons doubted for an instant, leering, then thrust the outspread sheets back to Mr. Bloom's arms. I'll risk it, he said. Here, thanks. He sped off towards the Conway corner. Godspeed, Scott. Mr. Bloom folded the sheets again into a neat square and lodged the soap in it, smiling. Silly lips of that chap, betting, regular hotbed of lately, messenger boy stealing to put up a sixpence, raffle for a large tender turkey, your Christmas dinner for 3 pence, Jack Fleming embezzling to gamble, then smuggled off to America, keeps a hotel now. They never come back, flesh pots of Egypt. He walked cheerfully towards the Mosque of the Baths. Reminds you of a mosque, red-baked bricks, minarets. College sports today, I see. He eyed the horseshoe poster over the gate of the college park. Cyclists doubled up like a cod in a pot. Damn bad ad. Now, if they make it round like a wheel, then the spokes, short spots, sports, and a hub big, college, something to catch the eye. There's Hornblower standing at the porter's lodge. Keep him on hand. Might make a turn in there on the nod. How do you do, Mr. Hornblower? How do you do, sir? Heavenly weather, really. If life was really like that. Cricket weather. Sit around under the sunshades. Over after over. Out. They can't play in here. Duck for 6 wickets. Still, Captain Culler broke a window in the Kildare Street Club with a slog of a square leg. Donnybrook Fair more in their line, and the skulls we were a-cracking when McCarthy took the floor. Heat wave, won't last, always passing, the stream of life, which in the stream of life we trace is dearer than all of them all. Enjoy a bath now, clean trough of water, cold enamel, the gentle, tepid steam. This is my body. He foresaw his pale body reclined in it at full, naked in a womb of warmth, oiled by scented melting soap, softly laved. He saw his trump and limbs rippled over and sustained, buoyed lightly upward, lemon yellow. His navel, bud of flesh, and saw the dark tangled curls of his bush floating hair of the stream around the limp father of thousands, a languid floating flower.
So the light rain was a special touch for this year's reading because sometimes it rains in Dublin. And you'll be happy to know that the Weather Channel, if you look at the radar, the rain is actually past, so we shouldn't have any more rain for the afternoon. All watched a while through their windows, caps and hats lifted by passers, respect. The chariot swerved from the tram track to the smoother road past Watery Lane. Mr. Bloom, at gaze, saw a lithe young man clad in mourning, a wide hat. "There's a friend of yours gone by, Daedalus," he said. "Who is that?" "Your son and heir. Where is he?" Mr. Daedalus said, stretching over across. The carriage, passing the open drains and mounds of ripped-up roadway before the tenement houses, lurched around the corner and, swerving back to the tram track, rolled on noisily with clattering wheels. Mr. Daedalus fell back, saying, "What, is that Mulligan cad with him? His Vitus Akatsi?" "No," said Mr. Bloom. "He was alone." "Down with his Aunt Sally, I suppose," Mr. Daedalus said. "The Goulding faction, the drunken little Costrower and Chrissy, Papa's little lump of dung, the wise child that knows her own father." Mr. Bloom smiled joylessly on Ringsend Road, Wallace Brothers, the Bottle Rooks, Dodder Bridge. Richie Goulding and his legal bag, Goulding, Collis, and Ward, he calls the firm. His jokes are getting a bit damp. Great card he was, waltzing on Stammer Street with Ignatius Gallagher. On a Sunday morning, the landlady's 2 hats pinned to his head. Out on a rampage all night, beginning to tell on him now, though. That backache of his, I fear. Wife, ironing his back, thinks he'll cure it with pills. All breadcrumbs they are, about 600% profit. "He's in with a low-down crowd," Mr. Daedalus sneered. "That Mulligan is a contaminated, bloody, double-dyed ruffian, by all accounts. His name stinks all over Dublin, but with the help of God and his blessed mother, I'll make it my business to write a letter one of those days to his mother or his aunt or whatever she is, and that will open her eyes as wide as a gate. I'll tickle his catastrophe, believe me you." He cried above the clatter of the wheels, "I won't have her bastard of a nephew ruin my son, a counterjump son, selling tapes to my cousin Peter Paul McSweeney's. Not likely." He ceased. Mr. Bloom glanced at his angry mustache, from his angry mustache to Mr. Power's mild face, and Martin Cunningham's eyes and beard gravely shaking. Noisy, self-willed man, full of his son. But he is right, something to hand on. If little Rudy had lived, see him grow up, hear his voice in the house, walking beside Molly in an Eton suit. My son, me in his eyes, strange feeling it would be. From me, would be from me, just a chance. Must have been that morning in Raymond Terrace. She was at the window, watching the 2 dogs at it by the wall of the Cease Do No Evil, and the sergeant grinning up. She had that cream gown on with the rips she never stitched. "Give us a touch, Pelody. God, I'm dying for it. How life begins." Got big then, had to refuse the Greystones concert. My son inside her. I could have helped him on in life. I could. Make him independent. Learn German, too. "Are we late?" Mr. Powles asked. 10 minutes, Martin Cunningham said, looking at his watch. Molly, Millie, same thing, watered down. Her tomboy oaths, Oh, jumping Jupiter, ye gods and little fishes, still, she's a dear girl, soon to be a woman. Mullinger, dearest Papley, young student. Yes, yes, a woman too. Life, life.
Gentle, sweet air blew around the bared heads in a whisper. Whisper. The boy by the grave head held his wreath with both hands, staring quietly in the black open space. Mr. Bloom moved behind the portly, kindly taker. Well-cut frock coat, weighing them up perhaps to see which will go next. Well, it is a long rest. Feel no more. It's the moment you feel. Must be damn unpleasant. Can't yet. Then darkened death chamber. Light they want, whispering around you. Would you like to see a priest? Then rambling and wandering. Delirium, all you hid all your life. The death struggle, his sleep is not natural. Press his lower eyelid. Watching is his nose, pointed is his jaw. Sinking are the soles of his feet, yellow. Pull the pillow away and finish it off on the floor since he's doomed. Devil in that picture of sinner's death, showing him a woman, dying to embrace her in his shirt. Last act of Lucia. Shall I never more behold thee? Bam, he expires, gone at last. People talk about you a bit, forget you. Don't forget to pray for him. Remember him in your prayers, even Parnell. Ivy Day dying out. Then they follow, dropping into a hole, one after the other. We are praying now for the repose of his soul, hoping you're well and not in hell. Nice change of air, out of the frying pan of life, into the fire of purgatory. Does he ever think of the hole waiting for himself? They say you do when you shiver in the sun, someone walking over it, call boys warning near you. Mine over there towards Finglas, the plot I bought. Mama, poor Mama, and little Rudy. The gravediggers took up their spades and flung heavy clods of clay in on the coffin. Mr. Bloom turned away his face, and if he was alive all the time, phew, by jingo, that would be awful. No, he is dead, of course. Of course he is dead. Monday he died. They ought to have some law to pierce the heart and make sure, or an electric clock or a telephone in the coffin, and some kind of a canvas air hole. Flag of distress, 3 days. Rather long to keep them in summer. Just as well to get shut of them as soon as you are sure there's no. The clay fell softer, begin to be forgotten, out of sight, out of mind. The caretaker moved away a few paces and put on his hat. Had enough of it. The mourners took the heart of grace, one by one, covering themselves without show. Mr. Bloom put on his hat and saw the portly figure make its way deftly through the maze of graves. Quietly, sure of his ground, he traversed the dismal fields.
How many? All these here once walked round Dublin, faithful departed. As you are now, so once were we. Besides, how could you remember everybody? Eyes, walk, voice. Well, the voice, yes, gramophone. Have a gramophone in every grave and keep it in the house. After dinner on a Sunday, put on poor old great-grandfather. Hello, hello, hello. Am awful glad. Awfully glad to see you again. Hello, hello. I'm awfully remind you of the voice like the photograph reminds you of the face. Otherwise, you couldn't remember the face after 15 years, say. For instance, who? For instance, some fellow that died when I was in Wisdom Hillies. A rattle of pebbles. Wait, stop. He looked down intently into a stone crypt. Some animal. Wait, there he goes. An obese gray rat toddled along the side of the crypt, moving the pebbles. An old stager, great-grandfather, he knows the ropes. The gray alive crushed itself in under the plinth, wriggled itself in under it. Good hiding place for treasure. Who lives there? Are laid the remains of Robert Emery. Robert Emmett was buried here by torchlight, wasn't he? Making his rounds. Tail gone now. One of those chaps would make short work of a fellow. Picked the bones clean no matter who it was. Ordinary meat for them. A corpse is meat gone bad. Well, and what's the cheese? Corpse of meat. I read in that Voyages in China that the Chinese say a white man smells like a corpse. Cremation better. Priest dead against it. Devlin for the other firm. Wholesale burners and Dutch oven dealers. Time of the plague. Quicklime fever pits to eat them. Lethal chamber. Ashes to ashes. Or bury at sea. Where is that Parsi Tower of Silence? Eaten by birds. Earth, fire, water. Drowning, they say, is the pleasantest. See your whole life in a flash. But being brought back to life, no. Can't bury in the air, however. Out of a flying machine? Wonder does the news go about whenever a fresh one is let down. Underground communication. We learned that from them. Wouldn't be surprised. Regular square feed for them. Flies come before he's well dead. Got wind of Dignam. They wouldn't care about the smell of it. Salt, white, crumbling mush of corpse. Smell, tastes like raw white turnips. The gates glimmered in front, still open, back to the world again. Enough of this place. Brings you a bit nearer every time. Last time I was here was Mrs. Seninko's funeral. Poor Papa, too. The love that kills. And even scraping up the earth at night with a lantern like that case I read of to get at fresh buried females, or even putrefied with running grave sores. Give you the creeps after a bit. I will appear to you after death. You will see my ghost after death. My ghost will haunt you after death. There is another world after death named hell. I do not like that other world, she wrote. No more do I. Plenty to see and hear and feel yet. Feel like live, warm beings near you. Let them sleep in the maggoty beds. They are not going to get me this innings. Warm beds, warm, full-blooded life.
The Calumet of Peace. He offered a cigarette to the professor and took one himself. Lanahan promptly struck a match for them and lit their cigarettes in turn. J.F.O. Malloy opened his case and offered. "Thank-ye-vous," Lanahan said, helping himself. The editor came from the inner office, a straw hat awry on his brow. He declaimed in song, pointing sternly at Professor McHugh. "'Twas rank and fame that tempted thee, 'twas empire charmed thy heart." The professor grinned, locking his long lips. "Eh? You bloody old Roman Empire?" Miles Crawford said. He took a cigarette from the open case. Lanahan, lighting it for him with quick grace, said, "Silence for my brand new riddle." "Imperium Romanum," J.J. O'Malloy said gently. "It sounds nobler than British or Brixton. The word reminds one somehow of fat in the fire." Miles Crawford blew his first puff violently toward the ceiling. "That's it," he said. "We are the fat. You and I are the fat in the fire. We haven't got the chance of a snowball in hell."
The grandeur that was Rome. Wait a moment, Professor McHugh said, raising two quiet claws. We mustn't be led away by words, by sounds of words. We think of Rome, imperial, imperious, imperative. He extended elocutionary arms from frayed, stained shirt cuffs, pausing. What was their civilization? Vast, I allow, but vile. Cloaca, sewers. The Jews in the wilderness and on the mountaintop said, "It is meet to be here. Let us build an altar to Jehovah." The Roman, like the Englishman who follows in his footsteps, brought to every new shore on which he set his foot, on our shore he never set it, only his cloacal obsession. He gazed about him in his toga and he said, "It is meet to be here. Let us construct a water closet." Which they accordingly did do, Lenehan said. Our old ancient ancestors, as we read in the first chapter of Guinness's, were partial to the running stream. They were nature's gentlemen, J.J. O'Malloy murmured, but we have also Roman law. And Pontius Pilate is its prophet, Professor McHugh responded. Do you know that story about Chief Baron Pallas, J.J. O'Malloy asked? It was at the Royal University dinner. Everything was going swimmingly. First my riddle, Lenehan said. Are you ready? Mr. O'Madden Burke, tall and copious gray of Donegal tweed, came in from the hallway. Stephen Dedalus behind him, uncovered as he entered. Entrez, mes enfants, Lenehan cried. I escort a suppliant, Mr. O'Madden Burke said melodiously. Youth, led by experience, visits notoriety. How do you do, the editor said, holding out a hand. Come in. Your governor is just gone.
Question marks. Lenehan said to all, Silence! What opera resembles a railway line? Reflect, ponder, excogitate, reply. Stephen handed over the typed sheets, pointing to the title and signature. Who? The editor asked, a bit torn off. Mr. Garrett Deasy, Stephen said. That old Pelters, the editor said. Who tore it? Was he short taken? On swift sail flaming, from storm and south, he comes, pale vampire, mouth to my mouth. Good day, Stephen, the professor said, coming to peer over their shoulders. Foot and mouth, are you turned? Bullet befriending bard.
Omnium gatherum.
All the talents, Miles Crawford said. Law, the classics?
The turf Lenehan put in. Literature and the press.
If Bloom were here, the professor said, the gentle art of advertisement.
And Madam Bloom, Mr. O'Madden Burke added, the vocal muse. Dublin's prime favorite.
Lenehan gave a loud cough. He said very softly, Oh, for a fresh of breath air. I caught a cold in the park. The gate was open.
You can do it.
The editor laid a nervous hand on Stephen's shoulder. I want you to write something for me, he said. Something with a bite in it. You can do it. I see it in your face, in the lexicon of youth. See it in your face, see it in your eye. Lazy, idle little schemer. Foot and mouth disease, the editor cried in scornful invective. Great nationalist meeting in Boris and Austria, all balls, bulldozing the public. Give them something with a bite in it. Put us all into it, damn it, soul. Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, and Jakes McCarty.
We can all supply mental pablum, Mr. O'Madden Burke said.
Stephen raised his eyes to the bold, unheeding stare.
He wants you for the press gang, J.J. O'Malley said.
The great Gallagher.
You can do it, Miles Crawford repeated, clenching his hand in emphasis. Wait a minute. We'll paralyze Europe, as Ignatius Gallagher used to say when he was on the Sharon, doing billiard making for the Clarence. Gallagher, that was a pressman for you. That was a pen. You know how he made his mark? I'll tell you. That was the smartest piece of journalism ever known. That was in 81, 6th of May, time of the Invincibles, murder in the Phoenix Park. Before you were born, I suppose. I'll show you.
He pushed past them to the files.
Look at here, he said, turning. The New York World, cabled for a special. Remember that time?
Professor McHugh nodded.
New York World.
The editor said excitedly, pushing back his straw hat.
Where it took place, Tim Kelly, or Kavanaugh, I mean, Joe Brady and the rest of them, where Skin the Goat drove the car. Whole route, see?
Skin the goat, Mr. O'Madden, Burke said. Skin the goat for Harris. He has that cabman shelter, they say, down there at Woodbridge. Houlihan told me. You know Houlihan?
Hop and carry one, is it? Miles Crawford said. And poor Gumley is down there too, so he told me, minding stones for the corporation, a night watchman.
Stephen turned in surprise.
Gumley, he said. You don't say so. A friend of my father's, is it?
Never mind Gumley.
Miles Crawford cried angrily.
Let Gumley mind the stones. See they don't run away. Look at here. What did Ignatius Gallagher do? I'll tell you. Inspiration of genius. Cabled right away. Have you Weekly Freeman of 17 March, right? Have you got that?
He flung back pages of the files and stuck his finger on the point.
Take page 4. Advertisement for Bransom's Coffee, let us say. Have you got that, right?
The telephone word.
A distant voice.
I'll answer it, the professor said, going.
B is Parkgate. Good.
His finger leapt, striking point after point, vibrating.
T is Viceregal Lodge. C is where the murder took place. K is Knockmaroon Gate.
The loose flesh of his neck shook like a cock's wattles. An ill-starched dicky jutted up, and with a rude gesture, he thrust it back into his waistcoat.
Hello? Evening Telegraph here. Hello? Who's there? Yes? Yes? Yes?
F to P is the route Skin the Goat drove the car for an alibi. Inchicore, Roundtown, Windy Arbor, Palmerston Park, Ranelagh, FABP. Got that? X is Davies Public House in Upper Leeson Street.
The professor came to the inner door.
Bloom is at the telephone, he said.
Tell him go to hell.
His heart astir, he pushed in the door of the Burton restaurant. Stink gripped his trembling breath. Pungent meat juice, slush of greens, see the animals feed. Men, men, men. Perched on high stools by the bar, hats shoved back, at the tables calling for more bread, no charge, swilling, wolfing gobfuls of sloppy food, their eyes bulging, wiping wetted mustaches. A pallid, suet-faced young man polished his tumbler, knife, fork, and spoon with his napkin. New set of microbes. A man with an infant's sauce-stained napkin tucked round him shoveled gurgling soup down his gullet. A man spitting back on his plate, half-masticated gristle, gums, no teeth to chew, chew, chew it. Chump chop from the grill, bolting to get it over. Sad boozer's eyes. Bitten off more than he can chew. Am I like that? See ourselves as others see us. Hungry man is an angry man. Working tooth and jaw. A bone. That last pagan king of Ireland, Cormac, in the school poem, choked himself at Sletty southward of the Boyne. Wonder what he was eating. Something galoptious. St. Patrick converted him to Christianity. Couldn't swallow it all, however. Roast beef and cabbage, one stew. Smells of men, spat on sawdust, Swedish warmish cigarette smoke, reek of plug, spilt beer, men's beery piss, the stale of ferment. His gorge rose. Couldn't eat a morsel here. Fellow sharpening knife and fork to eat all before him, Old chap picking his toodles. Slight spasm, full, chewing the cud, before and after. Grace after meals. Look on this picture, then on that. Scoffing up stew gravy with sopping sippets of bread. Lick it off the plate, man. Get out of this. He gazed round the stooled and tabled eaters, tightening the wings of his nose. 2 stouts here, 1 corned and cabbage. That fellow, ramming a knifeful of cabbage down as if his life depended on it. Good stroke. Give me the fidgets to look. Safer to eat from his 3 hands, tear it limb from limb. Second nature to him. Born with a silver knife in his mouth. That's witty, I think. Or no, silver means born rich. Born with a knife. But then the illusion is lost. An ill-girt server gathered sticky, clattering plates. Rock, the head bailiff, standing at the bar, blew the foamy crown from his tankard. Well up. It splashed yellow near his boot. A diner, knife and fork upright, elbows on table, ready for a second helping, stared towards the food lift across his stained square of newspaper. Other chap telling him something with his mouth full. Sympathetic listener, table talk. I munched on the Unsterbunk on Munchday. Ha! Did you, Faith? Mr. Bloom raised 2 fingers doubtfully to his lips. His eyes said, not here. Don't see him. Out. I hate dirty eaters. He backed towards the door. Get a light snack and Davy Burns. Stopgap. Keep me going. Had a good breakfast. Roast and mashed here. Pint of stout. Every fellow for his own, tooth and nail. Gulp, grub, gulp, gob stuff. He came out into clearer air and turned back towards Grafton Street. Eat or be eaten. Kill, kill. Suppose that communal kitchen years to come, perhaps, all trotting down with porringers and Tommy cans to be filled, devour contents in the street. John Howard Parnell, example, the provost of Trinity, every mother's son, don't talk of your provosts, and provost of Trinity, women and children, cabmen, priests, parsons, field marshals, archbishops. From Aylesbury Road, Clyde Road, artisans' dwellings, North Dublin Union, Lord Mayor in his gingerbread coach, old queen in a bath chair. My plate's empty, after you with our incorporated drinking cup, like Sir Philip Crampton's fountain. Rub off the microbes with your handkerchief. Next chap rubs on a new batch with his. Father O'Flynn would make hares of them all. Have rows all the same, all for number 1. Children fighting for the scrapings of the pot. Want a soup pot as big as the Phoenix Park. Harpooning flitches and hindquarters out of it. Hate people all around you. City Arms Hotel, table d'hôte, she called it. Soup, joint, and sweet. Never know whose thoughts you're chewing. Then who would wash up all the plates and forks? Might be all feeding on tabloids that time. Teeth getting worse and worse. After all, there's a lot in that vegetarian, fine flavor of things from the earth. Garlic, of course it stinks after Italian organ grinders. Crisp of onions, mushrooms, truffles. Pain to the animal, too. Pluck and draw fowl. Wretched brutes there at the cattle market waiting for the poleaxe to split their skulls open. Moo. Poor trembling calves. Meh. Staggering bob. Bubble and squeak. Butcher's buckets, wobbly lights. Give us that brisket off the hook. Plop. Raw head and bloody bones. Flayed, glass-eyed sheep hung from their haunches. Sheep snouts bloody, papered, sniveling nose jam on sawdust. Top and lashers going out. Don't maul them pieces, young one. Hot, fresh blood they prescribe for decline. Blood always needed. Insidious. Lick it up smoking hot, thick, sugary. Famished ghosts.
Stuck on the pane, 2 flies buzzed, stuck. Glowing wine on his palate lingered, swallowed, crushing in the wine-press grapes of Burgundy. Sun's heat it is, Seems to a secret touch telling me memory. Touched his sense moistened, remembered. Hidden under wild ferns on health. Below us, bay, sleeping sky, no sound, the sky. The bay purple by Lion's Head, green by Drumlick, yellow-green toward Sutton. Fields of undersea, the lines faint brown in grass, buried cities. Pillowed on my coat, she had her hair. Earwigs in the heather scrubbed my hand under her nape. You'll toss me all, oh wonder. Cool soft with ointments, her hand touched me, caressed. Her eyes upon me did not turn away. Ravished over her, I lay. Full lips, full open, kissed her mouth, yum. Softly, she gave me in my mouth a seed cake, warm and chewed. Mawkish pulp her mouth had mumbled sweet sour of her spittle. Joy, I ate it, joy. Young life, her lips that gave me pouting. Soft, warm, sticky, gum jelly lips. Flowers her eyes were, take me, willing eyes. Pebbles fell, she lay still. A goat, no one. High on Ben House, rhododendrons, a nanny goat walking sure-footed, dropping currants. Screened under ferns, she laughed, worm-folded. Wildly I lay on her, kissed her, eyes, her lips, her stretched neck beating. Warm woman's breasts full in her blouse of nun's veiling, fat nipples upright, hot, I tongued her. She kissed me, I was kissed. All yielding, she tossed my hair, kissed, she kissed me. Me and me now. Stuck, the flies buzzed. His downcast eyes followed the silent veining of the oaken slab. Beauty, it curves, curves are beauty. Shapely goddesses, Venus, Juno, curves the world admires. Can see them, library, museum, standing in the round hall, naked goddesses, aids to digestion. They don't care what man looks, all to see, never speaking. I mean to say to fellows like Flynn, suppose she did Pygmalion and Galatea, what would she say first? Mortal, put you in your proper place, quaffing nectar at mess with God's golden dishes, all ambrosial. Not like a tender lunch we have, boiled mutton, carrots and turnips, bottle of Allsop. Nectar, imagine it, drinking electricity, God's food. Lovely form of woman sculpt Junonian, immortal, lovely, and we stuffing food in one hole and out behind. Food, chyle, blood, dung, earth, food, have to feed it like stoking an engine. They have no. Never looked. I'll look today. Keeper won't see. Bend down, letting something drop, and see if she, dribbling a quiet passage from his bladder, came to go, to do, not to do, there to do. A man and ready, he drained his glass to the lees and walked. Two men, to they give themselves, manly conscious, lay with men lovers, a youth enjoyed her, to the yard.
Urbane to comfort them, the Quaker librarian purred. And we have we not, those priceless pages of Willem Meister, a great poet on a great brother poet, a hesitating soul taking arms against a sea of troubles, torn by conflicting doubts as one sees in real life. He came a step, a syncopace forward on Neat's leather, creaking, and a step backward, a syncopace on the solemn floor. A noiseless attendant setting open the door, but slightly, made him a noiseless beck. Directly, said he, creaking to go, albeit lingering, the beautiful, ineffectual dreamer who comes to grief against hard facts, one always feels that Goethe's judgments are so true, true in the larger analysis. Twice creakingly analysis he carantoed off. Bald, most zealous by the door, he gave his large ear to the attendant's words, heard them, and was gone.
Two left.
Oh,
2 left. Monsieur de Police, Stephen sneered, was alive 15 minutes before his death. Have you found those 6 brave medicals? John Eglinton asked with elder's gall. To write Paradise Lost at your dictation. The sorrow of Satan's, he calls it. Smile. Smile, Cranley's smile. First he tickled her, then he patted her, then he passed the female catheter, for he was a medical, a jolly old medical.
I feel you would need one more for Hamlet. 7 is dear to the mystic mind, the shining 7, W.B. calls them. Glitter-eyed, his rufous skull close to the green-capped desk lamp, sought the face bearded amid dark greener shadow, and Allay, holly-eyed. He laughed low, a scissors laugh of Trinity, unanswered. Orchestral Satan, weeping many a rude, tears such as angels weep. Ed eglie avea del col fato trombetta.
He holds my follies hostage. Cranley's 11 true Wicklow men to free their sireland. Gap-toothed Kathleen, her 4 beautiful green fields, the stranger in her house, and one more to hail him, Ave Rabbi. The Tina Haley 12, in the shadow of the glen, he coos for them. My soul's youth I gave him night by night. Godspeed, good hunting. Mulligan has my telegram. Folly persist. Our young Irish bards, John England censored, have yet to create a figure which the world will set beside Saxon Shakespeare's Hamlet, though I admire him as old Ben did on this side idolatry.
All these questions are purely academic, Russell oracled out of his shadow. I mean whether Hamlet is Shakespeare or James I or Essex. Clergymen's discussions of the historicity of Jesus. Art has to reveal to us formless spiritual essences. The supreme question about a work of art is out of how deep a life does it spring. The painting of Gustave Moreau is the painting of ideas. The deepest poetry of Shelley, the words of Hamlet, bring our minds into contact with the eternal wisdom, Plato's world of ideas. All the rest is a speculation of schoolboys for schoolboys.
A.E. has been telling some Yankee interviewer, well, tarnation strikes me. The schoolmen were schoolboys first, Stephen said super politely. Aristotle was once Plato's schoolboy. And has remained so, one should hope, John Eglinton sedately said. One can see a model schoolboy with his diploma under his arm. He laughed again at the now smiling bearded face. Formless spiritual Father, Word, and Holy Breath, all Father, the heavenly man, Jesus Christos, magician of the beautiful, the Logos, who suffers on us at every moment. This verily is that. I am the fire upon the altar. I am the sacrificial butter. Dunlop, Judge, the noblest Roman of all, A.E. Arvel, and the name ineffable. In heavenly height, K.H., their master, whose identity is no secret to adepts. Brothers of the Great White Lodge, always watching to see if they can help. The Christ with the bride's sister, moisture of light, born of the ensouled virgin, repentant Sophia, departed to the plain of Budi. The life esoteric is not for ordinary person. O.P. must work off bad karma first. Mrs. Cooper Oakley once glimpsed our very illustrious sister, HPB's elemental. Oh, fie, out on it. You're nothing to look, missus. So you're nothing when a lady's showing her elemental.
Mr. Bess entered, tall, young, mild, light. He bore in his hand with grace a notebook, new, large, clean, bright.
That model schoolboy, Stephen said, would find Hamlet's musings about the afterlife of his princely soul, the improbable, insignificant, and undramatic monologue, as shallow as Plato's. John Eglinton, frowning, said, waxing wroth, upon my word, it makes my blood boil to hear anyone compare Aristotle with Plato. Which of the two, Stephen asked, would have banished me from his commonwealth? Unsheath your dagger definitions. Hoarseness is the wetness of all horse. Streams of tendency and eons they worship. God, noise in the street. Very peripatetic. Space, what you damn well have to see. Through spaces smaller than red globules of men's blood, they creepy crawl after Blake's buttocks into eternity, and for which this vegetable world is but a shadow. Ho to the now, the here, through which all future plunges to the past.
He will have it that Hamlet is a ghost story, John Eglinton said for Mr. Bestbehoof. Like the fat boy in Pickwick, he wants to make our flesh creep. List, list, oh list. My flesh hears him, creeping, hears. If thou didst ever. What is a ghost, Stephen said with tingling energy? One who has faded into impalpability through death, through absence, through change of manners? Elizabethan London lay as far from Stratford as corrupt Paris lies from virgin Dublin. Who is the ghost from limbo patrum, returning to the world that has forgotten him? Who is King Hamlet? John Eglinton shifted his spare body, leaning back to judge, lifted. It is this hour of a day in mid-June, Stephen said, begging with a swift glance their hearing. The flag is up on the playhouse by the bankside. The bear Sackerson growls in the pit near it, Paris Garden. Canvas climbers who sailed with Drake chew their sausages among the groundlings. Local color, work in all you know, make them accomplices. Shakespeare has left the Huguenot's house in Silver Street and walks by the Swan Mews along the riverbank. But he does not stay to feed the pen chivying her game of signets toward the rushes. The Swan of Avon has other thoughts. Composition of place. Ignatius Loyola, make haste to help me. The play begins. A player comes on under the shadow, made up in the cast-off mail of a court buck, a well-set man with a bass voice. It is the ghost, the king, a king and no king. And the player is Shakespeare, who has studied Hamlet all the years of his life, which were not vanity, in order to play the part of the specter. He speaks the words to Burbage, the young player who stands before him beyond the rack of cerecloth, calling him by a name. Hamlet, I am thy father's spirit, bidding him list. To a son he speaks, the son of his soul, the prince, young Hamlet, and to the son of his body, Hamnet Shakespeare, who has died in Stratford that his namesake may live forever. Is it possible that that player Shakespeare, a ghost by absence, an investure of buried Denmark, a ghost by death, speaking his own words to his own son's name? Had Hamnet Shakespeare lived, he would have been Prince Hamlet's twin. Is it possible, I want to know, or probable, that he did not draw or foresee the logical conclusion of those premises? You are the dispossessed son. I am the murdered father. Your mother is the guilty queen, Anne Shakespeare, born Hathaway. But this prying into the family life of a great man, Russell began impatiently. Art thou there, true Penny? Interesting only to the parish clerk. I mean, we have the plays. I mean, when we read the poetry of King Lear, what is it to us how the poet lived? As for living, our servants can do that for us, Villiers de L'Isle has said. Peeping and prying into green room gossip of the day, the poet's drinking, the poet's debts. We have King Lear, and it is immortal.
A father, Stephen said, battling against hopelessness is a necessary evil. He wrote the play in months just following his father's death. If you hold that he, a graying man with 2 marriageable daughters, with 35 years of life, nel mezzo come on nostra vita, with 50 of experience, is the beardless undergraduate from Wittenberg, then you hold that his 70-year-old mother is the lustful queen. No, The corpse of John Shakespeare does not walk the night. From hour to hour, it rots and rots. He rests, disarmed of fatherhood, having devised that mystical estate upon his son. Boccaccio's Clodrino was the first and last man who felt himself with child. Fatherhood, in the sense of conscious begetting, is unknown to man. It is a mystical estate, an apostolic succession, from only begetter to only begotten. On that mystery, and not on the Madonna which the cunning Italian intellect flung to the mob of Europe, the Church is founded, and founded irremovably, because founded, like the world, microcosm, upon the void, upon the uncertitude, upon the unlikelihood. Amor matri, subjective and objective genitive, may be the only true thing in life. Paternity may be a legal fiction. Who is the father of any son, that any son should love him, or he any son? What the hell are you driving at? I know. Shut up. Blast you. I have reasons. Empius et hoc item posti. Are you condemned to do this? They are sundered by a bodily shame, so steadfast that the criminal annals of the world, stained with all other incest and bestialities, hardly record its breach. Sons with mothers, sires with daughters, lesbic sisters, loves that dare not speak their name, unborn nephews and grandmothers, jailbirds and keyholes, queens and prize bulls. The son, unborn Mars beauty, born he brings pain, divides affection, increases care. He is a new male. His growth is his father's decline, his youth his father's envy, his friend his father's enemy. In room, Monsieur le Prince, I thought it. What links them in nature? An instant of blind rut. Am I a father? If I were, shrunken uncertain hand. Sablius, the African subtlest herkier of all the beasts of the field, held that the father was himself his own son. The bulldog of Aquin, with whom no word shall be impossible, refutes him. Well, if the father who is not a son be not a father, can the son who is not a father be a son? When the Rutland Bacon Southampton Shakespeare, or another poet of the same name, in the Comedy of Errors wrote Hamlet, he was not the father of his own son merely, but, being no more a son, he was and felt himself the father of all his race, the father of his own grandfather, the father of his unborn grandson, who, by the same token, never was born. For nature, as Mr. McGee understands her, abhors perfection. Angleton eyes, quick with pleasure, looked up shy brightly, gladly dancing, a merry Puritan to the twisted Elgantine. Flatter, rarely, but flatter. Himself, his own father, son Mulligan told himself, wait. I am big with child. I have an unborn child in my brain. Pallas Athena, a play. The play, that's the thing. Let me proturiate. He collapsed his paunched brow and both birthing, aiding hands.
Why? Stephen answered himself. Because the theme of the false, or the usurping, or the adulterous brother, or all three in one, is to Shakespeare, what the poor are not, always with him. The note of banishment, banishment from the heart, banishment from home. sounds uninterruptedly from the two gentlemen of Verona onward till Prospero breaks his staff, buries it and certain fathoms in the earth, and drowns his book. It doubles itself in the middle of his life, reflects itself in another, repeats itself, protasis, epitasis, catastasis, catastrophe. It repeats itself again when he's near its grave, when his married daughter, Susan, chip off the old block, is accused of adultery. But it was the original sin that darkened his understanding, weakened his will, and left him in a strong inclination to evil. The words are those of my Lord's Bishop of Maynooth. An original sin, and like original sin, committed by another in whose sin he too has sinned. It's between the lines of his last written words. It's petrified on his tombstone, under which her 4 bones are not to be laid. Age has not withered it. Beauty and peace have not done it away. It is in the infinite variety everywhere in the world he is created, in Much Ado About Nothing, twice in As You Like It, in The Tempest, in Hamlet, in Measure for Measure, and in all the other plays which I have not read. He laughed to free his mind from his mind's bondage. Jug Ellington summed up. The truth is midway, he affirmed. He is the ghost and the prince. He is all in all. He is, Stephen said. The boy of Act 1 is the mature man of Act 5. All in all. In Cymbeline and Othello, he is bawd and cuckold. He acts and is acted on. Lover of an ideal or a perversion. Like Jose, he kills the real Carmen. His unremitting intellect is the horn-mad Iago, ceaselessly willing that the more in him shall suffer. Cuckoo, cuckoo, Cuck Mulligan clucked lewdly. Oh, word of fear, dark doom received, reverbed. And what a character is Iago, undaunted John Ellington exclaimed. When all is said, do my fils, or is it do my père, is right. After God, Shakespeare has created most.
Now in its 4th year, the Rosenbach's Bloomsday Essay Contest invites undergraduate and graduate students in the tri-state area to submit critical essays on Ulysses or another Joyce text. This year's entries were judged by Joyce scholars and professors Paul St. Amour, Megan Quigley, and Ted Howell. We have the honor of announcing our winners. The winner in the undergraduate category is Eleanor Hitt from Columbia University with her essay entitled James Joyce's Dance of the Hours, Ulysses as Choreographic Composition. Eleanor had a family emergency today and can't be here, but we would like to give her a hand.
The winner in the graduate division is Alexandria Einspar from Villanova University with her essay entitled The Tap Dancing Tuning Fork, Disability and Narrative Structure in Ulysses. Please join us in congratulating Alexandria, and if you're interested in learning more about their essays, please visit the Rosenbach's website.
Alexandria? Oh, there you are.
Anyway, this is for you.
Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, happy Bloomsday, everybody. My first costume change of the day was successful. We're going to take a little break. Remember, we have 15% all levels of membership today. There's a silent auction going on up here. Shakespeare and Company also came today to sell books. If you have an older copy of Ulysses or don't have one, the edition that we use, they are selling today as well. Beer garden is open. Authentic Beerek, the food truck, is down here. There will be an ice cream. The icery is coming a little bit later. But for right now, we're going to have a break with John and Darren again. Hit it, guys.
The Superior, the Very Reverend John Conmee, S.J., reset his smooth watch in his interior pocket as he came down the presbytery steps. 5 to 3, just nice time to walk to Artane. What was that boy's name again? Dignum. Yes, vere dignum et justum est. Brother Swan was the person to see. Mr. Cunningham's letter, yes, oblige him if possible. Good practical Catholic, useful at mission time. A one-legged sailor, swinging himself onward by lazy jerks of his crutches, growled some notes. He jerked short before the convent of the Sisters of Charity and held out a peaked cap for alms towards the Very Reverend John Conmee, S.J. Father Conmee blessed him in the sun, for his purse held, he knew, 1 silver crown. Father Conmee crossed to Mountjoy Square. He thought, but not for long, of soldiers and sailors whose legs had been shot off by cannonballs, ending their days in some pauper ward, and of Cardinal Wolsey's words, "If I had served my God as I have served my King, he would not have abandoned me in my old days." He walked by the tree shade of sunny winking leaves, and towards him came the wife of Mr. David Sheehy, M.P. "Very well indeed, Father. And you, Father?" Father Conmee was wonderfully well indeed. He would go to Buxton probably for the waters. And her boys, were they getting on well at Belvedere? Was that so? Father Conmee was very glad indeed to hear that. And Mr. Sheehy himself? Still in London. The house was still sitting, to be sure it was. Beautiful weather it was, delightful indeed. Yes, it was very probable that Father Bernard Vaughan would come again to preach. Oh yes, a very great success, a wonderful man, really. Father Conmee was very glad to see the wife of Mr. David Sheehy, MP, looking so well, and he begged to be remembered to Mr. David Sheehy, MP. Yes, he would certainly call. "Good afternoon, Mrs. Sheehy." Father Conmee doffed his silk hat and smiled as he took leave at the jet beads of her mantilla ink shining in the sun, and smiled yet again in going. He had cleaned his teeth, he knew, with arecanut paste. Father Conmee walked and walking smiled, for he thought on Father Bernard Vaughan's droll eyes and cockney voice. "Pilot, why don't you hold back that owlin' mob?" A zealous man, however, really he was, and really did great good in his way, beyond a doubt. He loved Ireland, he said, and he loved the Irish. Of good family, too, would one think it. Welsh, were they not? Oh, lest he forget, that letter to Father Provincial. Father Conmee stopped 3 little schoolboys at the corner of Mountjoy Square. Yes, they were from Belvedere, the little house. Aha. And were they good boys at school? Oh, that was very good now. And what was his name? Jack Sowen. And his name, Jer Gallagher. And the other little man, his name was Brunny Lynham. Oh, that was a very nice name to have. Father Conmee gave a letter from his breast to Master Brunny Lynham and pointed to the red pillar box at the corner of Fitzgibbon Street. "But mind you don't post yourself into the box, little man," he said. The boys six-eyed Father Conmee and laughed. "Oh, sir." "Well, let me see if you can post a letter," Father Conmee said. Master Brunny Lynham ran across the road and put Father Conmee's letter to Father Provincial into the mouth of the bright red letterbox. Father Conmee smiled and nodded and smiled and walked along Mountjoy Square East. Mr. Dennis J. McGinney, professor of dancing, etc., in silk hat, slate frock coat with silk facings, white kerchief tie, tight lavender trousers, canary gloves, and pointed patent boots, walking with grave deportment, most respectfully took the curbstone as he passed Lady Maxwell at the corner of Digham's Court. Was that not Mrs. McGinnis? Mrs. McGinnis, stately, silver-haired, bowed to Father Conmee from the farther footpath along which she sailed, and Father Conmee smiled and saluted. How did she do? A fine carriage she had, like Mary, Queen of Scots something, and to think that she was a pawnbroker. Well now, such a, what should he say, such a queenly mien. Father Conmee walked down Great Charles Street and glanced at the shut-up Free Church on his left. The Reverend T.R. Green, B.A., will, D.V., speak. The incumbent, they called him. He felt it incumbent on him to say a few words, but one should be charitable. Invincible ignorance, they acted according to their lights. Father Conmee turned the corner and walked along the North Circular Road. It was a wonder that there was not a tram line in such an important thoroughfare. Surely there ought to be.
Now, the blonde girl in Thornton's bedded the whisker basket with rustling fiber. Blazes Boylan handed her the bottle swathed in pink tissue paper and a small jar. "Put these in first, will ya?" he said. "Yes, sir," the blonde girl said. "And the fruit on top?" "That'll do." "Game ball," Blazes Boylan said. She bestowed fat pears neatly, head by tail, and among them ripe, shame-faced peaches. Blazes Boylan walked here and there in new tanned shoes about the fruit-smelling shop, lifting fruits, young, juicy, crinkled, and plump red tomatoes, sniffing smells. H-E-L-Y-S, it filed before him, tall white-hatted, past Tangier Lane, plodding towards their goal. He turned suddenly from a chip of strawberries, drew a gold watch from his fob, and held it at chain's length. "Can you send them by tram now?" A dark-backed figure under Merchant's Arch scanned books on the hawker's cart. "Certainly, sir. Is it in the city?" "Oh, yes," Blazes Boylan said. 10 minutes. The blonde girl handed him a docket and a pencil. "Will you write the address, sir?" Blazes Boylan at the counter wrote and pushed the docket to her. "Send it at once, will you?" he said. It's for an invalid." "Yes, sir, I will, sir." Blazes Boylan rattled merry money as his trousers pocket. "What's the damage?" he asked. The blonde girl's slim fingers reckoned the fruits. Blazes Boylan looked into the cut of her blouse. A young pullet. He took a red carnation from the tall stem glass. "This for me?" he asked gallantly. The blonde girl glanced sideways at him, got up regardless, with his tie a bit crooked, blushing. "Yes, sir," she said. Bending archly, she reckoned again. Fat pears, blushing peaches. Blazes Boylan looked in her blouse with more favor, and the stalk of the red flower between her smiling teeth. "May I say a word to your telephone, missy?" he said roguishly.
Mr. Bloom turned over idly pages of the awful disclosures of Maria Monk, then of Aristotle's masterpiece. Crooked, botched print. Plates. Infants cuddled in a ball, in blood-red wombs, like livers of slaughtered cows. Lots of them like that at this moment all over the world, all butting with their skulls to get out of it. Child born everywhere some minute. Mrs. Purefoy. He laid both books aside and glanced at the third, Tales of the Ghetto by Leopold von Sacher-Masoch. "That I had," he said, pushing it by. The shopman let 2 volumes fall on the counter. "Them are 2 good ones," he said. Onions of his breath came across the counter out of his ruined mouth. He bent to make a bundle of the other books, hugged them against his unbuttoned waistcoat, and bore them off behind the dingy curtain. On O'Connell Bridge, many persons observed the grave deportment and gay apparel of Mr. Dennis J. McGinney, professor of dancing, etc. Mr. Bloom alone looked at the titles. Fair Tyrants by James Lovebirch. Know the kind that is? Had it? Yes. He opened it, thought so. A woman's voice behind the dingy curtain. Listen, the man. No, she wouldn't like that much. Caught her at once. He read the other title. Sweets of Sin. More in her line. Let us see. He read where his finger opened. All the dollar bills her husband gave her were spent in the stores on wondrous gowns and costliest frillies. For him, for Raoul. Yes, this. Here, try. Her mouth glued on his in a luscious, voluptuous kiss while his hands felt for the opulent curves inside her déshabillé. Yes, take this. The end. You are late, he spoke hoarsely, eyeing her with a suspicious glare. The beautiful woman threw off her sable-trimmed wrap, displaying her queenly shoulders and heaving embonpoint. An imperceptible smile played round her perfect lips as she turned to him calmly. Mr. Bloom read again. The beautiful woman. Warmth showered gently over him, cowing his flesh. Flesh yielded amply amid rumpled clothes, whites of eyes swooning up. His nostrils arched themselves for prey, melting breast ointments, for him, for Raoul. Armpits, oniony sweat, fish-gluey slime, her heaving embonpoint. Feel, press, crished, sulfur dung of lions, young. An elderly female, no more young, left the building of the Courts of Chancery, King's Bench, Exchequer and Common Pleas, having heard in the Lord Chancellor's Court the case in lunacy of Potterton, in the Admiralty Division, the summons ex parte motion of the owners of the Lady Cairns versus the owners of the Bark Mona, in the Court of Appeal, reservation of judgment in the case of Harvey versus the Ocean Accident Guarantee Corporation. Phlegmy coughs shook the air of the bookshop, bulging out the dingy curtains. The shopman's uncombed gray head came out and his unshaven, reddened face, coughing. He raked his throat rudely, puked phlegm on the floor. He put his boot on what he had spat, wiping his sole along it, and bent, showing a raw-skinned crown, scantily haired. Mr. Bloom beheld it. Mastering his troubled breath, he said, I'll take this one. The shopman lifted eyes, bleared with old rheum. Sweets of Sin, he said, tapping on it. That's a good one.
Stephen Dedalus watched through the webbed window. The lapidary's fingers prove a time-dulled chain. Dust webbed the window and the show trays. Dust darkened the toiling fingers with their vulture nails. Dust slept on dull coils of bronze and silver, lozenges of cinnabar, on rubies, leprous, and wine-dark stones. Born all in the dark, wormy earth, cold specks of fire, evil, lights shining in the darkness, where fallen archangels flung the stars of their brows. Muddy swine snouts, hands, root and root, gripe and wrest them. She dances in a foul gloom where gum burns with garlic. A sailor man, rust-bearded, sips from a beaker rum and eyes her. A long and seafed silent rut. She dances, capers, wagging her sowish haunches and her hips, on her gross belly flapping a ruby egg. Old Russell, with a smeared chamois rag, burnished again his gem, turned it, and held it at the point of his Moses's beard. Grandfather Ape, gloating on a stolen hoard. And you, who wrest old images from the burial earth, the brain-sick words of sophists, Antisthenes, a lore of drugs, orient and immortal wheat standing from everlasting to everlasting. Two old women, fresh from their whiff of the briny, trudged through Irishtown along London Bridge Road, one with a sanded, tired umbrella, one with a midwife's bag in which 11 cockles rolled. The whir of flapping leathern bands and hum of dynamos from the powerhouse urged Stephen to be on. Beingless beings, stop. Throb always without you, and the throb always within. Your heart you sing of, I between them. Where? Between two roaring worlds where they swirl, I. Shatter them, one and both, but stun myself too in the blow. Shatter me, you who can. Bawd and butcher were the words. I say, not yet a while. Look around. Yes, quite true, very large and wonderful and keeps famous time. You say right, sir. A Monday morning, 'twas so, indeed. Stephen went down Bedford Row, the handle of the ash clacking against his shoulder blade. In Cloissy's window, a faded 1860 print of Heenan boxing Sayers held his eye. Staring backers with square hats stood round the roped prize ring. The heavyweights in tight loincloths proposed gently to each other his bulbous fists. And they are throbbing. Heroes' hearts. He turned and halted by the slanted book cart. Tuppence each, the huckster said, 4 for 6 pence. Tattered pages. The Irish Beekeeper. Life and Miracles of the Curé of Ars. Pocket Guide to Killarney. I might find here one of my pawned school prizes. Stefano Dedalo, Alumno Optimo Palmen Ferenti.
William Humble, Earl of Dudley, and Lady Dudley, accompanied by Lieutenant Colonel Hazelton, drove out after luncheon from the Vice-Regal Lodge. In the following carriage were the Honorable Mrs. Paget, Miss de Courcy, and the Honorable Gerald Ward, ADC, in attendance.
The cavalcade passed out by the lower gate of Phoenix Park
saluted by obsequious policemen, and proceeded past Knightsbridge along the northern quays. The Viceroy was most cordially greeted on his way through the metropolis. At Bloody Bridge, Mr. Thomas Kiernan, beyond the river, greeted him vainly from afar. Between Queens and Whitworth bridges, Lord Dudley's viceregal carriages passed and were unsaluted by Mr. Dudley White, B.L., M.A., who stood on an Iran quay outside Mrs. Emmy White's, the pawnbroker's, at the corner of Iran Street, west, stroking his nose with his forefinger. Undecided whether he should arrive at Pibbsborough more quickly by a triple change of tram or by hailing a car or on foot through Smithfield, Constitution Hill, and Broadstone Terminus. In the porch of Four Courts, Richie Goulding, with the cost bag of Goulding, Collis, and Ward, saw him with surprise.
Past Richmond Bridge, at the doorstep of the office of Reuben J. Dudd, solicitor, agent for the Patriotic Insurance Company, an elderly female about to enter changed her plan, retracing her steps by King's window, smiled credulously on the representative of His Majesty. From its sluice in the wood quay wall under Tom Devon's office, Pottle River hung out and felt a tongue of liquid sewage. Above the cross blind of the Armand Hotel, gold by bronze, Miss Kennedy's head by Mrs. Deuce's head watched and admired. On Ormond Quay, Mr. Simon Dedalus, steering his way from the greenhouse for the sub-sheriff's office, stood still in mid-street and brought his hat low. His excellently, graciously returned Mr. Dedalus's greeting.
From Cahill's Gordon, the Reverend Hugh C. Love, M.A., made obeisance unperceived, mindful of Lord's deputies whose hands Begingant had held of yore rich and advocens. On Groton Bridge, Lenehan and McCoy, taking leave of each other, watched the carriages go by.
Passing by Roger Green's office and Dollard's big green red printing house, Gertie McDowell, carrying the Catesby's cork lino letters for her father who was laid up, knew by the style it was the Lord and Lady Lieutenant, but she couldn't see what her excellent had on because the tram and Spring's big yellow furniture van had to stop in front of her on account of it being the Lord and Lieutenant.
Beyond Lundy Foots, from the shaded door of Kavanaugh's wine rooms, John Wise Nolan smiled with unseen coldness towards the Lord Lieutenant General and Governor General of Ireland, the Right Honorable William Humble, Earl of Dudley, GCVO, passed Mickey Anderson's Altus-making watches and Henry and James waxed, smart-suited, fresh-cheeked models. The gentleman Henry, Dernier Cree, James. Over against Dame Gate, Tom Rochford and Nosy Flynn watched the approach of the cavalcade. Tom Rochford, seeing the eyes of Lady Dudley fixed on him, took his thumbs quickly out of the pockets of his claret waistcoat and doffed his cap to her.
A charming soubrette, great Marie Kendall, with dauby cheeks, lifted skirt, smiled daubily from her poster upon William Hummel, Earl of Dudley, and upon Lieutenant Colonel H.G. Hazelton, also upon the Honorable Gerald Ward, ADC. From the window of DBC, Buck Mulligan gaily and Haynes gravely gazed down on the viceregal equipage over the shoulders of eager guests whose massive forms darkened the chessboard, whereupon John Harbord Parnell looked intently.
Adjust this to your space.
In Founds Street, Dilly Daedalus, straining her sight upward from Chardinal's first French primer, saw sunshade spanned and wheel spokes spinning in the glare. John Henry Menton, filling the doorway of commercial buildings, stared from wine-big oyster eyes, holding a fat gold hunter watch, not looked at, in his fat left hand, not feeling it.
Where the foreleg of King Billy's horse pawed the air, Mrs. Breen plucked her hastening husband back from under the hoofs of the outriders. She shouted in his ear the tidings. Understanding, he shifted his tones to his left breast and saluted the second carriage. The Honorable Gerald Ward, A.D.C., agreeably surprised, made a haste to reply.
At Ponsonby's corner, a jaded white flagon H halted, and 4 tall-hatted white flagons halted behind him, ELY''S, while outriders pranced past and carriages. Opposite Pigot's music warerooms, Mr. Dennis J. McGeaney, professor of dancing, etc., gaily apparelled, gravely walked out past by a viceroy and unobserved. By the provost's wall came jauntily Blazes Boylan, stepping in tan shoes and socks with sky blue clocks to the refrain of "My Girl's a Yorkshire Girl."
Blazes Boylan presented to the leaders sky blue frontlets and high action, a sky blue tie, a wide-brimmed straw hat at a rakish angle, and a suit of indigo serge. His hands in his jacket pocket forgot to salute, but he offered to the 3 ladies the bold admiration of his eyes and the red flower between his lips. As they drove along Nassau Street, His Excellency drew the attention of his bowing consort to the program of music which was being discoursed in College Park. Unseen brazen Highland laddies blared and drum-thumped after the cortege. But though she's a factory lass and wears no fancy clothes, barabum, yet I've a sort of Yorkshire relish for my little Yorkshire rose, barabum.
Thither of the wall, the quarter-mile flat handicappers, M.C. Green, H. Schrift, T.M. Patey, C. Schaaf, J.B. Jeffs, J.N. Morphy, F. Stevenson, C. Adderley, and W.C. Huggard started in pursuit.
Striding past Finn's Hotel, Cashel, Boyle, O'Connor, Fitzmaurice, Tisdall, Farrell stared through a fierce eyeglass across the carriages at the head of Mr. M.E. Solomons in the window of the Austro-Hungarian Vice Consulate. Deep in Leinster Street by Trinity's postern, a loyal Kingsman, Hornblower, touched his tally-ho cap.
As the glossy horses pranced by Marion Square, Master Patrick Aloysius Dignam, waiting, saw salutes being given to the gent with the topper, and raised also his new black cap with fingers greased by pork steak paper. His collar, too, sprang up.
The Viceroy, on his way to inaugurate the Myris Bazaar in aid of funds for Mercer's Hospital, drove with his following towards Lower Mount Street. He passed a blind stripling opposite Broadbent's. In Lower Mount Street, a pedestrian in a brown Macintosh, eating dry bread, passed swiftly and unscathed across the Viceroy's path. At the Royal Canal Bridge, from his hoarding, Mr. Eugene Stratton, his blub lips a grin, bade all comers welcome to Pembroke Township. At Haddington Road corner, 2 sanded women halted themselves, an umbrella and a bag in which 11 cockles rolled, to view with wonder the Lord Mayor and the Lady Mayoress without his golden chain.
On Northumberland and Lansdowne roads, His Excellency acknowledged punctually salutes from rare mail walkers, the salute of 2 small schoolboys at the garden gate of the house, said to have been admired by the late Queen when visiting the Irish capital with her husband, the Prince Consort, in 1849, and the salute of Almidano Artifoni's sturdy trousers, swallowed by a closing door.
champion, though she wears a factory lass and wears no fancy clothes. I've a sort of a Yorkshire relish for my little Yorkshire rose. When the first finished singing in praise of Rose, 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 poor number two looked vexed, saying in tones perplexed, my lass works in a factory too, and has also eyes of grey. Her name is Rose as well, and strange, strange to say, my girl's a Yorkshire girl, Yorkshire through and through. My girl's a Yorkshire girl, hey, by gum, she's a champion, though she's a factory lass and wears no fancy clothes. I've a sort of a Yorkshire relish for my little Yorkshire rose. To a cottage in Yorkshire they hied, to Rose, 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 meaning to make it clear which was the boy most dear. Rose, their Rose, didn't answer the bell, but her husband did instead. Loudly he sang to them as off, off they fled. My girl's a Yorkshire girl, Yorkshire through and through. My girl's a Yorkshire girl, hey, by gum, she's a champion, though she's a factory lass and wears no fancy clothes. I've a sort of a Yorkshire relish for my little Yorkshire rose.
Bronze by gold, Miss Duch's head by Miss Kennedy's head. Over the cross blind of the Ormond bar, heard the viceregal hoofs go by, ringing steel. Is that her? Asked Miss Kennedy. Miss Drew said yes, sitting with his ex Pearl Gray and Eau Denis. Exquisite contrast, Miss Kennedy said. Look at the fellow in the tall silk. Who? Where? Gold asked eagerly. In the second carriage, Miss Deuce Wet Lips said, laughing in the sun. He's looking. Mind till I see. She darted, bronze, to the backmost corner, flattening her face against the pane in a halo of hurried breath. Her wet lips tithered. She laughed. Ha 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 ha. Aren't men frightful idiots? With sadness, Miss Kennedy sauntered sadly from bright light, twining a loose hair behind an ear. Sauntering sadly, gold no more, she twisted, twined a hair. Sadly, she twined and sauntering gold hair behind a curving ear. It's them that has the fine time, sadly then she said. A man, blow who, went by Moulin's pipes bearing in his breast the sweets of sin, by wine's antiques, in memory bearing sweet sinful words, by Carol's dusky battled plate, for Raoul. The boots to them in the bar, them barmaids came. For them, unheeding him, he banged on the counter his tray of chattering china, and there's your teas, he said. Miss Kennedy, with manners, transponded the tea tray down to an upturned Lithica crate, safe from eyes, low. What is it? Loud Boots unmanly asked. Find out, Miss Boots retorted, leaving her spinning point. Your beau, is it? A haughty bronze replied, I'll complain to Mr. Massey on you if I hear any more of your impertinent insolvents. Impertinent insolvents? Boudinot sniffed rudely as he retreated, as she threatened as he came. Bloom, on her frowning, Miss Daunt said, most aggravating that young brat is. If he doesn't conduct himself, I'll wring his ear for him a yard long. Ladylike in exquisite contrast. Take no notice, Miss Kennedy rejoined. She poured a teacup tea, then back into teapot tea. They cowered under their reef of counter, waiting on footstools, crafts upturned, waiting for their teas to draw. They pawed their blouses, both of black satin, 2 and 9 yard, waiting for their teas to draw, and 2 and 7. Yes, bronze from anger, by gold afar, heard steel from anear, hoofs ring from afar, heard steel hoofs, ring steel. Am I awfully burnt? Miss Bronze unbolstered her neck. No, said Miss Kennedy. It gets brown after. Did you try the borax with the cherry laurel water? Miss Deuce half stood to see her skin askance in the bar mirror, gilded lettered where hock and claret glasses shimmered and there missed the shell. And leave it to my hands, she said. Try it with the glycerine, Miss Kennedy advised. Bidding her neck and hands adieu, Miss Dowse. 2 things only bring out a rash, he replied, receded. I asked that old fogey and boys for something for my skin. Miss Kennedy, pouring now a full-drawn tea, grimaced and prayed. Oh, don't mind him, for mercy's sake. But wait till I tell you, Miss Douche entreated. Sweet tea, Miss Kennedy, having poured with milk, plugged both 2 ears with little fingers. No, don't, she cried. I won't listen, she cried.
By Cantwell's offices rode Greasebloom, by Seppi's virgins, bright of their oils. Nanetti's father hawked those things about, wheeling at door as I. Religion pays. Must see him for that par. Eat first, I want. Not yet. At 4, she said. Time ever passing, clock hands turning on. Where eat? The Clarence, Dolphin, on, for Raoul. Eat. If I net 5 guineas with those ads, the violet silk petticoats, not yet. The sweets of sin. Flushed less, still less, goldenly paled. Into their bar strolled Mr. Daedalus, Chips picking chips off one of his rocky thumbnails. Chips he strolled. Oh, welcome back, Miss Deuce. He held her hand. Enjoyed her holidays? Tip-top. He hoped she had nice weather in Rustriver. Gorgeous, he said. Look at the holy show I am. Lying out on a strand all day, bronze whiteness. That was exceedingly naughty of you, Mr. Daedalus told her and pressed her hand indulgently, tempting poor simple males. Miss Deuce of Satin deuced her arm away. Oh, go away, she said. You're very simple. I don't think he was. Well now, I am mused. I looked so simple in the cradle, they christened me Simple Simon. You must have been a doty. I looked, Dowse made answer, and what did the doctor order today? Well now, he mused, whatever you say yourself. I think I'll trouble you for some fresh water and a half glass of whiskey. Jingle. With the greatest alacrity, Miss Deuce agreed. With grace of alacrity. Towards the mirror of guilt, Cantrell and Cochran, she turned herself. With grace, she tapped a measure of gold whiskey from her crystal keg. Forth from the skirt of his coat, Mr. Delilus brought pouch and pipe. Alacrity she served. He blew through the flue 2 husky fife notes. By Jove, he mused, I often wanted to see the Moore Mountains. Must be a great tonic in the air down there. But a long threatening comes at last. They say yes, yes. Yes, he fingered shreds of hair, her maiden hair, her mermaids into the bowl, chips, shred, musing, mute. None naught said nothing, yes. Gaily, Miss Deuce polished a tumbler, trilling, "Oh, Idolors, queen of the eastern seas. Was Mr. Lidwell in today?" In came Lenehan. Round him peered Lenehan. Mr. Bloom reached Essex Bridge. Yes, Mr. Bloom crossed bridge of Essex. To Martha I must write, by paper, dailies, girl, they're civil. Bloom, old Bloom. Bloom is on the rye.
Blazes Boylan's smart tan shoes creaked on the bar floor where he strode. Yes, gold from anear by bronze from afar. Lenehan heard and knew and hailed him.
See, the conquering hero comes.
Between the car and window, warily walking, went Bloom, unconquered hero. See me he might, the seat he sat on, warm. Black wary he-cat walked towards Richie Goulding's legal bag, lifted aloft, saluting.
And I from thee. I heard you were around, said Blazes Boylan.
He touched to fair Miss Kennedy a rim of his slanted straw. She smiled on him, but Sister Bronze outsmiled her, pleading for him her richer hair, a bosom, and a rose. Smart Boylan bespoke potions.
What's your cry? Glass of bitter? Glass of bitter, please, and a slow gin for me. Wire in yet?
Not yet. At 4 she. Who said 4?
Cowley's red lugs and bulging apple in the door of the sheriff's office. Avoid. Goulding a chance. What's he doing in the Ormond? Car waiting. Wait. Hello? We're off to. Something to eat? I too was just in here. What? Ormond? Best value in Dublin. Is that so? Dining room. Sit tight there. See, not be seen. I think I'll join you. Come on. Richie led on. Bloom followed bag. Dinner fit for a prince.
Miss Douce reached high to take a flagon, stretching her satin arm, her bust, that all but burst, so high.
Oh, jerked Lenehan, gasping at each stretch. Oh.
But easily she seized her prey and let it low in triumph.
Why don't you grow? asked Blazes Boylan.
She bronze, dealing from her oblique jar thick, syrupy liquor for his lips, looked as it flowed. Flower in his coat, who gave him? And syruped with her voice.
Fine goods in small parcels.
That is to say, she. Neatly, she poured slow, syrupy slow.
Here's fortune, Blazes said. He pitched a broad coin down. Coin rang.
Hold on, said Lenehan, till I...
Fortune, he wished, lifting his bubbled ale.
Scepter will win in a canter, he said.
I plunged a bit, said Boylan, winking and drinking. Not my own, you know. Fancy of a friend of mine.
Lenehan still drank and grinned at his tilted ale and at Miss Douce's lips that all but hummed, not shut, the ocean song her lips had trilled. Idolaris, the eastern seas.
Clock word. Miss Kennedy passed their way. Flower. Wonder who gave. Bearing away tea tray. Clock clacked.
Miss Douce took Boylan's coin, struck boldly on the cash register. It clanged, clock clacked. Fair one of Egypt, teased and sorted in the till, and hummed and handed coins and change. Looked to the west, a clack for me.
What time is that? Asked Blazes Boylan. 4?
O'clock. Lenehan, small eyes a hunger, on her humming, bust a humming, tugged Blazes Boylan's elbow sleeve.
Let's hear the time, he said.
The bag of Goulding, Collis, Ward, led Bloom by Rye Bloom. Flowered tables, aimless he chose with agitated aim, bald Pat attending, a table near the door. Be near, at 4. Has he forgotten? Perhaps a trick. Not come, whet appetite. I couldn't do. Wait, Pat, waiter, waited. Sparkling bronze azure-eyed Blazur's sky blue bow and eyes.
Go on, pressed Lenehan. There's no one. He never heard. To Flora's lips did high. High, a high note, pealed in the treble clear.
Bronze Douce, communing with her rose that sank and rose, sought blazes Boylan's flower and eyes.
Please, please.
He pleaded over returning phrases of avowal.
I cannot leave thee.
Afterwards, Miss Douce promised coyly.
No, now, urged Lenehan. Sonnez la cloche. Oh, do. There's no one.
She looked. Quick, Miss Ken, out of earshot, sudden bent. Two kindling faces watched her bend. Quavering, the chords strayed from the air, found it again, lost chord, and lost and found it, faltering.
Go on, do. Sonnez.
Bending, she nipped a peak of skirt above her knee, delayed, taunted them, still bending, suspending, with willful eyes.
Sonnez.
Smack, she set free, sudden in rebound, her nipped elastic garter, smack warm against her smackable, a woman's warm-hosed thigh.
La cloche, cried gleeful Lenehan, trained by owner. No sawdust there.
She smiled, smirked, supercilious, wept. Aren't men? But lightward gliding, mild, she smiled on Boylan. You're the essence of vulgarity, she in gliding said.
Bald Pat, bothered waiter, waited for drink orders. Power for Richie. And Bloom? Let me see. Not make him walk twice. His corns. 4 now. How warm this black is. Coarse nerves a bit. Refracts, is it heat? Let me see. Cider. Yes, bottle of cider. What's that, Mr. Daedalus said? I was only vamping, man. Come on, Ben Dollard called. Begone, dull care. Come, Bob. He ambled, Dollard, bulky slops before them. Hold that fellow with the, hold him now, into the saloon. He plumped him, Dollard, on the stool. His gouty paws plumped chords. Plumped, stopped, abrupt. Bald Pat in the doorway met tealess gold returning. Bothered, he wanted power and cider. Bronze by the window, watched, bronze from afar. Jingle, a tinkle, jaunted. Bloom heard a jing, a little sound. He's off. Light sob of breath, Bloom sighed on the silent, blue-hued flowers. Jingling, he's gone. Jingle, here? Love and war, Ben, Mr. Daedalus said. God be with the old times. Miss Douce's brave eyes, unregarded, turned from the cross-blind, smitten by sunlight. Gone. Pensive, who knows? Smitten. The smiting light. She lowered the drop blind with a sliding cord. She drew down, pensive. Why did he go so quick when I, about her bronze, over the bar where Bald stood by, Sister Gold, an exquisite contrast. Contrast in exquisite, non-exquisite. Slow, cool, dim sea green, sliding depth of shadow, ode to nil. Poor old Godwin was the pianist that night, Father Cowley reminded them. There was a slight difference of opinion between himself and the Collard Grand. There was. A symposium all his own, Mr. Daedalus said. The devil wouldn't stop him. He was a crotchety old fellow with the primary stage of drink. God, do you remember? Ben Bulky Doddard said, turning from the punished keyboard. And by Jaspers, I had no wedding garment. They laughed, all three. He had no wed. All trio laughed. No wedding garment. Our friend Bloom turned in handy that night, Mr. Daedalus said. Where's my pipe, by the way? He wandered back to the bar, lost the cord pipe. Bald Pat carried 2 diners' drinks, Richie and Poldy. And Father Cowley laughed again. I saved the situation, Ben, I think. You did, averred Ben Dollard. I remember those tight trousers, too. That was a brilliant idea, Bob. Father Cowley blushed to his brilliant purply lobes. He saved the situa. Tight trowel. Brilliant-eyed. I knew he was on the rocks, he said. The wife was playing the piano in the Coffee Palace on Saturdays for a very trifling consideration. And who was it gave me the wheeze? She was going down to the other business. Do you remember? We had to search all the whole Hollis Street to find them till the chap at Keogh's gave us the number. Remember? Ben remembered, his broad visage wondering. By God, she had some luxurious opera cloaks and things there. Mr. Daedalus wandered back, pipe in hand. Marion Square style. Ball dresses, by God, and court dresses. He wouldn't take any money either. What? Any God's quantity of cocked hats and boleros and trunk hose. What? Aye, aye, Mr. Daedalus nodded. Mrs. Marion Bloom has left off clothes of all descriptions.
The harping chords of prelude closed. A chord, long drawn, expectant, drew a voice away. When first I saw that form endearing, Richie turned. Sid Daedalus's voice, he said. Brain-tipped, cheek touched with flame, they listened, feeling that flow endearing, flow over skin, limbs, human heart, soul, spine. Bloom signed to Pat. Bald Pat is a waiter, hard of hearing, to set ajar the door of the bar. The door of the bar. So that will do. Pat, waiter, waited, waiting to hear, for he was hard of hear by the door. Sorrow from me seemed to depart. Through the hush of air, a voice sang to them, low, not rain, not leaves in murmur, like no voice of strings or reeds or, what do you call them, dulcimers, touching their still ears with words, still hearts of their each his remembered lives. Good, good to hear. Sorrow from them each seemed to, from both, depart when first they heard. When first they saw, lost Richie Poldy, mercy of beauty, heard from a person wouldn't expect it in the least, her first merciful, love-soft, oft-loved word. Love that is singing, love's old sweet song. Bloom unwound slowly the elastic band of his packet, love's old sweet sonnez la gold. Bloom wound a skein round 4 forked fingers, stretched it, relaxed, and wound it round his troubled double fourfold in octave, jivvied them fast. Full of hope and all delighted. Tenors get women by the score, increase their flow, throw flower at his feet. When will we meet? My head, it's simply jingle all delighted. He can't sing for tall hats. Your head, it simply swirls, perfumed for him. What perfume does your wife? I want to know. Jing, stop, knock. Last look at mirror always before she answers the door. The hall. There? How do you? I do well. There? What? Or? File of caucus, kissing comfits in her satchel. Yes. Hands felt for the opulent. Alas, the voice rose, sighing, changed, loud, full, shining, proud. But alas, 'twas idle dreaming. Glorious tone he has still, cork air softener also their brogue. Silly man, could have made oceans of money. Singing wrong words, wore out his wife, now sings. But hard to tell, only the two themselves. If he doesn't break down, keep a trot for the avenue, his hands and feet sing too. Drink. Nerves overstrong, must be abstemious to sing. Ginny Lind soup, stock, sage, raw eggs, half pint of cream, for creamy dreamy. Tenderness it welled, slow, swelling, full it throbbed. That's the chat. Give, take, throb, a pulsing proud erect. Words? Music? No, it's what's behind. Bloom looped, unlooped, nodded, disnodded. Bloom. Flood of warm jam, lick it up secretness flowed to flow in music out, in desire, dark to lick flow invading, tipping her, tapping her, tapping her, topping her, tup, pours to dilate, dilating, tup, the joy, the feel, the warm, the tup, to pour o'er sluices, pouring gushes, flood, gush, flow, joy gush, tup throb, now, language of love. Ray of hope is beaming. Lydia for Lidwell, squeak scarcely hear, so ladylike the muse unsqueaked array of hop. Martha it is. Coincidence? Just going to write Lionel's song, lovely name you have. Can't write, except my little press. Play on her heartstrings, purse strings too. She's I called you naughty boy. Still the name, Martha. How strange today.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Derek Dreyer. I'm the director of the Rosenbach. I want to welcome you all again to Bloomsday 2019, our 27th in a row. When I last had a station identification kind of moment earlier this morning, I was going to mention that there's a beer garden, but I think fully half of you are in the beer garden now, so hats off to you all. I'll point out to everyone in the seats, we have a beer garden. We've also got food trucks down there, and I hope all of you will wander down this way, become members, make a donation, buy t-shirts and other merchandise, bid in our auction. There are lots of ways you can help us and support us and keep this event free and open to everyone. But that's enough of a station ID. I'm up here for a much happier reason. I have the honor and pleasure of introducing to you our next reader, the Ambassador of Ireland to the United States, Dan Mulhall. Join me in welcoming His Excellency.
So this reading is from the Cyclops chapter. It's a little bit out of sync, but anyway, I have to catch a train in about an hour's time, so I better get on with it. But Cyclops chapter is Joyce's lampooning of what he regarded as narrow-minded nationalism, not just in Ireland, but all over Europe. Because remember, Joyce wrote this book during the First World War, when the nations of Europe were killing each other on an industrial scale. So this is his warning against excessively narrow-minded nationalism, which, might be something relevant to today's world as well. You never know. That's not for me to say. I'm just an ambassador reading reading an excerpt from James Joyce. Here we go. Are you a strict TG? Not taking anything between drinks, says I. What about paying our respects to our friends, says Joe. Who, says I? Sure, he's out in John of God's, off his head, poor man. Drinking his own stuff, says Joe. Aye, says I, whiskey and water on the brain. Come around to Barney Kiernan, says Joe. I want to see the citizen. Barney Mavourneen's be it, says I. Anything strange or wonderful, Joe? Not a word, says Joe. I was up at a meeting in the City Arms. What was that about, Joe, says I. Cattle traders, says Joe. About the foot and mouth disease. I want to give the citizen the hard word about it. So we went around to the Linen Hall barracks and at the back of the courthouse, talking of one thing and another. Decent fella, Joe, when he has it. But you're like that, he never has it. Jesus, I couldn't get over that bloody Foxy Geraghty, the daylight robber, for trading without a license, says he. In Inishvale, the fair, there lies a land, the land of Holy Mitchin. There rises a watchtower beheld of men afar. There sleep the mighty dead as in life they slept, warriors and princes of high renown. A pleasant land it is, sooth, of murmuring waters, fishful streams where sport the gunnard, the plaice, the roach, the halibut, the gibbed haddock, the grilse, the dab, the brill, the founder, the pollock, the mixed coarse fish generally, and other denizens of the aqueous kingdom, too numerous to be enumerated. In the mild breezes of the west and of the east, the lofty trees wave in different directions their first-class foliage. The wafty sycamore, the Lebanonian cedar, the exalted plane tree, the eugenic eucalyptus, and other ornaments of the arboreal world with which that region is thoroughly well supplied. Lovely maidens sit in close proximity to the roots of the lovely trees, singing the most lovely songs, while they play with all kinds of lovely objects, as, for example, golden ingots, silvery fishes, crans of herrings, draughts of eels, codlings, creels of fingerlings, purple sea gems, and playful insects. And heroes voyage from afar to woo them, from Ablana to Steve Margie, the peerless princes of unfettered Munster, and of Connaught the Just, and of smooth, sleek Leinster, and of Cruachan's land, and of Armagh the Splendid, and of the noble district of Boyle, princes, the son of kings. And there rises a shining palace, whose crystal glittering roof is seen by mariners who traverse the extensive sea in barks built expressly for that purpose. And thither come all herds and fatlings and first fruits of that land, for O'Connell Fitzsimon takes toll of them, a chieftain descended from chieftains. Thither, the extremely large wains bring foison of the fields, flaskets of cauliflower, floats of spinach, pineapple chunks, Rangoon beans, strikes of tomatoes, drums of figs, drills of Swedes, spherical potatoes, and tallies of iridescent kale, York and Savoy, and trays of onions, pearls of the earth, and punnets of mushrooms, and custard marrows, and fat vetches, and beer and rape, and red, green, yellow, brown, russet, big, sweet, bitter, ripe, pomellated apples, and chips of strawberries, and sieves of gooseberries, pulpy and pelurious, and strawberries fit for princes, and raspberries from their canes. I dare him, says he, and I double dare him. Come out here, Geraghty, you notorious bloody Hill and Dale robber. And by the way, when the herds innumerable of bellwethers, and flushed ewes, and shearling rams, and lambs, and stubble geese, and medium steers, and roaring mares, and polled calves, and long wools, and store sheep, and Cuff's prime springers, and culls, and sow pigs, and bacon hogs, and the various different varieties of highly distinguished swine, and Angus heifers, and Polly bullocks of immaculate pedigree, together with prime premiated milch cows and beeves. And there is ever heard a trampling, cackling, roaring, lowing, bleating, bellowing, rumbling, grunting, champing, chewing of sheep and pigs and heavy-hooved kine from the pasture lands of Lusk and Rush and Carrickmines, from the streamy vales of Thomond, from the McGillicuddy's reeks, the inaccessible, and lordly Shannon, the unfathomable, and from the gentle declivities of the place of the race of Keir, their udders distended with superabundance of milk, and butts of butter, and rennets of cheese, and farmers' firkins, and targets of lamb, and crannocks of corn, and oblong eggs in various great hundreds, various in size, the agate with the dun. So we turned in to Barney Kiernan's, and there, sure enough, was up in the corner, was a citizen having a great confab with himself, and that bloody mangy mongrel Gary Owen, and he waiting for what the sky would drop in the way of drink. There he is, says I, in his glory hole with his Krushkeen lawn and his load of papers working for the cause. The bloody mongrel, let a grouse out of him, would give you the creeps. Be a corporal work of mercy if someone would take the life of that bloody dog. I'm told for a fact he ate a good part of the breeches off a constabulary man in Santry that came around one time with a blue paper about a license. Stand and deliver, says he. That's all right, citizen, says Joe. Friends here. Past friends, says he. Then he rubs his hand in his eye and says he, what's your opinion of the times? Doing the rapparee and Rory of the Hill, but begob Joe was equal to the occasion. I think the markets are on the rise, says he, sliding his hand down his fork. So begob the citizen claps his paw on his knees and he says, foreign wars is the cause of it. And says Joe, sticking his thumb in his pocket, it's the Russians wish to tyrannize. Ara, give over your bloody codding, says Joe, says I. I've a thirst on me I wouldn't sell for a half a crown. Give it a name, citizen, says Joe. Wine of the country, says he. What's yours, says Joe. Ditto Macanaspi, says I. 3 pints, Terry, says Joe. And how's the old heart, citizen, says he. Never a better Achara, says he. What, Gary? Are we going to win, eh? And with that, he took the bloody old Towser by the scruff of the neck, and by Jesus, he nearly throttled him. The figure seated on a large boulder at the foot of a round tower was that of a broad-shouldered, deep-chested, strong-limbed, frank-eyed, red-haired, freely freckled, shaggy-bearded, wide-mouthed, long-nosed, long-headed, deep-voiced, bare-kneed, brawny-handed, hairy-legged, ruddy-faced, sinewy-armed hero. From shoulder to shoulder, he measured several ells, and his rock-like mountainous knees were covered, as was likewise the rest of his body, wherever visible, with a strong growth of tawny, prickly hair, in hue and toughness similar to the mountain gorse. The wide-winged nostrils, from which bristles of the same tawny hue projected, were of such capaciousness that within their cavernous obscurity the field lark might easily have lodged her nest. The eyes in which a tear and a smile strove ever for the mastery were of the dimensions of a good-sized cauliflower. A powerful current of warm breath issued at regular intervals from the profound cavity of his mouth, while in rhythmic resonance the loud, strong, hail reverberations of his formidable heart thundered rumblingly, causing the ground, the summit of the lofty tower, and the still loftier walls of the cave to vibrate and tremble. He wore a long-sleeved garment of recently flayed oxhide, reaching to the knees in a loose kilt, and this was bound about his middle by a girdle of plaited straw and rushes. Beneath this he wore trews of deerskin, roughly stitched with gut. His nether extremities were encased in high balbriggan buskins dyed in lichen purple, the feet being shod with brogues of salted cowhide, laced with the windpipe of the same beast. From his girdle hung a row of sea stones which jangled at every movement of his frame. And on these were graven, with rude yet striking art, the tribal images of many Irish heroes and heroines of antiquity. Cuchulainn, Con of the 100 Battles, Niall of the 9 Hostages, Brian of Kincora, the Ardrey Malachy, Art McMurray, Shane O'Neill, Father John Murphy, Owen Rowe, Patrick Sarsfield, Red Hugh O'Donnell, Red Jim McDermott, Sogart Owen O'Growney, Michael Dwyer, Francie Higgins, Henry Joy McCracken, Goliath, Horace Wheatley, Thomas Cuniff, Peg Woofington, the village blacksmith, Captain Moonlight, Captain Boycott, Dante Alighieri, Christopher Columbus, St. Furza, St. Brendan, Marshall McMahon, Charlemagne, Theobald Wolfe Tone, the mother of the Maccabees, the last of the Mohegans, the Rose of Castile, the man for Galway, the man that broke the bank at Monte Carlo, the man in the Gap, the woman who didn't, Benjamin Franklin, Napoleon Bonaparte, John L. Sullivan, Cleopatra, Savornine Delish, Julius Caesar, Paracelsus, Sir Thomas Lipton, William Tell, Michelangelo, Hayes, Muhammad, the Bride of Lammermoor, Peter the Hermit, Peter the Packer, Dark Rosaline, Patrick W. Shakespeare, Brian Confucius, Murta Gutenberg, Patricio Velasquez, Captain Nemo, Tristan and Isolde, the first Prince of Wales, Thomas Cook and Son, the Bold Soldier Boy, Aaron Apogue, Dick Turpin, Ludwig Beethoven, the Colleen Bawn, Waddler Healy, Angus de Cully, Dolly Mount, Sidney Parade, Ben Hoth, Valentine Greatrakes, Adam and Eve, Arthur Wellesley, Boss Croker, Herodotus, Jack the Joint Killer, Gautama Buddha, Lady Godiva, the Lily of Killarney, Balor of the Evil Eye, the Queen of Sheba, Aki Nagel, Joe Nagel, Alessandro Volta, Jeremiah O'Donovan Rossa, Don Philip O'Sullivan Bear. A couch spear of accumulated granite rested by him, while at his feet reposed a savage animal of the canine tribe, whose stertorous gasps announced that he was sunk in uneasy slumber, a supposition confirmed by hoarse growls and spasmodic movements, which his master repressed from time to time by tranquilizing blows of a mighty cudgel rudely fashioned out of Paleolithic stone.
Ambassador and Mrs. Mulhall, you've honored us with your presence and participation. We thank you for your work here today and every day supporting American and Irish relations. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up again for Ambassador Mulhall.
So as a first-time reader, I have to follow that. The voice of Lionel returned, but weaker but unwearied. It sang again to Richie Poldy. Lydia Lidwell also sang to Pat, open-mouthed ear waiting to wait. How first he saw that form endearing, how sorrow seemed to part, how look, form, word charmed him, gold Lidwell won Pat Bloom's heart. I wish I could see his face, though, explain better why the barber and Dragos always looked my face when I spoke his face in glass. Still hear it better here than in the bar farther. Each graceful look. First night when I saw her at Matt Dillon's 10-year yellow black lace she wore, musical chairs, we to the first, fate after her, fate, round and round, slow, quick round. We two all looked, halt, down she sat, all ousted, looked, lips laughing, yellow knees. Charmed my eye. Singing, waiting, she sang, I turned her music, full voice of perfume, what perfume does your lilac tree? Bosom I saw, both full, throat warbling, first I saw, she thanked me. Why did she me fate, Spanishy eyes, under a pear tree alone, patio this hour in old Madrid, one side in shadow, Dolores, at me, luring, all alluring. Martha, ah Martha, quitting a languor Lionel cried in grief, in a cry of passion, dominate to love, to return with deepening yet with rising chords of harmony. In a cry of Lionel loneliness that she should know, must Martha feel. For only her he waited. Where? Here, they. Try there, here. All there, where? Somewhere. Come, thou lost one. Come, thy dear one. Alone, one love, our hope, one comfort me. Martha, chest note, return. Come. It soared a bird, it held its flight, a pure, swift cry, soar, silver orb, it leaped, serene, speeding, sustained to come, down, spitting it out, too long, long breath as he breathed, long life. Soaring high, high resplendent, a flame crowded high in the effluent symbolic, high of the ethereal bosom, high of the high, vast irradiation, everywhere, all soaring, all around, about the all, the endless ness. To me, Theopole, consumed. Come, we'll sing, all clap, we ought to come to me, to him, to her, you to me, us.
Listen. Bloom listened. Richie Golding listened. And by the door, deaf Pat, bald Pat, tipped Pat listened. The chords harped slower. The voice of penance and of grief came slow, embellished, tremulous. Ben's contrite beard confessed. In nomine Domine, in God's name he knelt. He beat his hand upon his breast, confessing, mea culpa. Latin again. That holds them like bird lime. Priest with communion corpus for those women. Chap in the mortuary, coffin or coffee. Corpus nomine. Wonder where that rat is by now. Scrape. Tap. They listened. Tankards and Miss Kennedy. George Lidwell, I Lidwell expressive, full-busted satin. Kernan, sigh. The sighing voice of sorrow sang, his sins. Since Easter he had cursed 3 times, you bitches bast. And once at mass time he had gone to play. Once by the churchyard he had passed, and for his mother's rest he had not prayed. A boy, a croppy boy. Bronze, listening, by the beer pole, gazed far away. Soulfully, doesn't half know Molly great dab at seeing anyone looking. Bronze gazed far sideways. Mirror there. Is that best side of her face? They always know. Knock at the door. Last tip to titivate. Kara. What do they think when they hear music? Way to catch rattlesnakes. Knight Michael Gunn gave us the box. Tuning up. Shah of Persia liked that best. Remind him of home sweet home. Wiped his nose in curtain, too. Custom his country, perhaps. That's music, too. Not as bad as it sounds. Tootling. Brasses braying asses through up trunks. Double basses helpless, gashes in their sides. Woodwinds mooing cows. Semi-grand, open crocodile. Music hath jaws. Woodwind like Goodwin's name. She looked fine. Her crocus dress she wore low cut, belongings on show. Clove her breath was always in theater when she bent to ask a question. Told her what Spinoza says in that book of poor papas. Hypnotized, listening, eyes like that, she bent. Chap in dress circle staring down into her with his opera glass for all he was worth. Beauty of music you must hear twice. Nature, woman, half a look. God made the country, man the tune. Met him pike hosis. Philosophy, oh rocks. All gone, all fallen. At the siege of Ross his father, at Gorey all his brothers fell. To Wexford, we are the boys of Wexford, he would. Last of his name and race. I too, last of my race. Millie young student. Well, my fault perhaps. No son. Rudy, too late now. Or if still. He bore no hate. Hate, love, those are names. Rudy, soon I am old. Big Ben, his voice unfolded. Great voice, Richie Golding said, a flush struggling in his pale. To bloom, soon old. But when was young? Ireland comes now, my country above the king. She listens. Who fears to speak of not? Time to be shoving. Looked enough. Bless me, Father, Dollard the Croppy cried. Bless me and let me go. Tap. Bloom looked, unblessed, to go.
Good men and true in this house who dwell, to a stranger both all I pray you tell, is the priest at home, or may he be seen? I would speak a word with Father Green. The priest at home, boy, and may be seen. 'Tis easy speaking with Father Green, but you must wait till I go and see if the Holy Father alone may be. The youth has entered an empty hall. What a lonely sound has his light footfall, and the gloomy chamber is chill and bare, with a vested priest in a lonely chair. The youth has knelt to tell his sins. Nomine Dei, the youth begins. At mea culpa he beats his breast, and in broken murmurs he speaks the rest.
Ben Dollard bulkily cachucha'd towards the bar, mightily praise-fed and all big roseate, on heavy-footed feet, his gouty fingers knackering castanets in the air. Big Ben Dollard, big Ben, big Ben. Rrrr. and dupe moved all, Simon trumping compassion from foghorn nose, all laughing, they brought him forth, Ben Dollard, in right good cheer. You're looking rubicund, George Lidwell said. Miss Douce composed her rose to wait. Ben McCree, said Mr. Dedalus, clapping Ben's fat back shoulder blade. Fit as a fiddle, only he has a lot of adipose tissue concealed about his person. Fat of death, Simon, Ben Dollard growled. Richie riffed in the lute alone sat, Golding, Collis, Ward. Uncertainly he waited, unpaid, pat, too. Tap, 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 tap. Miss Mina Kennedy brought near her lips to ear of tankard one. Mr. Dollard, they murmured low. Dollard, murmured tankard. Tank one believed Miss Ken when she, that doll he was, she doll, the tank. He murmured that he knew the name. The name was familiar to him. That is to say, that was to say, he had heard the name of Dollard, was it? Dollard, yes. Yes. Her lips said more loudly, Mr. Dollard. He sang that song lovely, murmured Mina, Mr. Dollard, and the last rose of summer was a lovely song. Mina loved that song. Tankard loved the song that Mina. 'Tis the last rose of summer, Dollard left Bloom, felt wind wound round inside. Gassy thing, that cider, too. Binding, too. Weight. Post office near Reuben J's, 1 and 8 pence, too. Get shut of it. Dodge round by Greek Street. Wish I hadn't promised to meet. Freer in air. Music. Gets on your nerves. Beer pull. Her hand that rocks the cradle rules the Ben Houth that rules the world. Far, 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 far. Tap, 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 tap. Up the key went Lionel, Leopold, naughty Henry, with letter for Maddie, with sweets of sin, with frillies for Raoul, with met him pike horses went Poldy on. Tap, blind, walked, tapping by the tap, the curbstone tapping, tap by tap. Cowley, he stuns himself with it, kind of drunkenness. Better give way only halfway, the way of a man with a maid. Instance enthusiasts, all ears. Not lose a demi, semi, quaver. Eyes shut, head nodding in time. Dottie, you daren't budge. Thinking strictly prohibited. Always talking shop. Fiddle-faddle about notes.
Tis the last rose
Hi, everyone. We're going to take a little bit of a break right now. I'm looking for my Irish musicians to come up and have fun with us. There is a silent auction going on at the table. Lots of fun stuff to bid on associated with Bloomsday, Joyce, the Rosenbach. Also, as I mentioned, all levels of membership get 15% off today, and also if you buy a membership today, you get entered into a drawing for Phillies tickets. Right? Is that happening today, Gwen? Yes, it is. Beer garden's open. Authentic Beer Egg food truck is down here. The icery is up here with some water ice if you would like that. And Shakespeare and Company is down there selling books. We will reconvene to read at 3:50. Enjoy. Thank you. Sorry. We'll reconvene to read at 4:05. I had a reader not show up, and I'm hoping he'll get here. That's why I'm having you guys hit early.
No problem.
So,
Let us know when we're done. Give us a link.
So you're good till about 4 or 4:05.
Yeah. Well, now that we have your attention, I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce the band.
Tap, tap. A stripling blind with a tapping cane came tap, tap, tapping by Daly's window, where a mermaid, hair all streaming, but he couldn't see, blew whiffs of a mermaid, blind couldn't. Mermaid, coolest whiff of all. Instruments, a blade of grass, shell of her hands, then blow! Even comb and tissue paper you can knock a tune out of. Molly in her shift in Lombard Street West. Hair down. I suppose each kind of trade made its own, don't you see? Hunter with a horn. Ha! Have you the cloche sonnet-la? Shepherd his pipe. Whee, little wee. Policeman a whistle. Locks and keys. Sweep! 4 o'clock's all well. Sleep! All is lost now. Drum! Pompaday, wait. I know. Town crier. Bum bailiff. Long John, waken the dead, Palm, Dignum, poor little nomine domine, Palm, it is music. I mean, of course, it's all pom, 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 very much what they call da capo. Still you can hear, as we march along, pom. I must really, now if I did that at a banquet, just a question of custom, Shah of Persia, breathe a prayer, drop a tear. All the same, he must have a bit of a natural, not to see it was a yeoman cap, muffled up. Wonder who was that chap at the grave in the brown mackin. Oh, the whore of the lane! A frowsy whore with black straw sailor hat askew came lazily in the day along the quay towards Mr. Bloom. When first he saw that form endearing, yes, it is. I feel so lonely. Wet night in the lane. Horn. Who had thee? He shaw, see shaw. Off her beat there. What is she? Hope she. Oh. Any chance of your wash? New Molly had me decked. Stout lady does be with you in the brown costume. Put you off your stroke, that. Appointment we made knowing we'd never, well, hardly ever, too dear, too near to home, sweet home, sees me, does she? Looks a fright in the day, face like dip, damn her. Oh well, she has to live like the rest. Look in here. In Lionel's Mark's antique sale shop window, haughty Henry Lionel Leopold, dear Henry Flower, earnestly Mr. Leopold Bloom envisaged battered candlesticks, melodeon, oozing maggotry blow bags. Bargain, 6 bob, might learn to play, cheap, let her pass. Course everything is dear if you don't want it. That's what good salesman is, make you buy what he wants to sell. Chap sold me the Swedish razor he shaved me with. Wanted to charge me for the edge he gave it. She's passing now, 6 bob. Must be the cider, or perhaps the Burgund. Near bronze from a near gold. From afar they chinked their clinking glasses all. Bright-eyed and gallant before bronze, Lydia's tempting last rose of summer. Rose of Castile, first lid, cow, cur, doll, a 5th. Tap, a youth entered a lonely Ormond hall. Bloom viewed a gallant pictured hero in Lionel Mark's window. Robert Emmett's last words, 7 last words, of Meyerbeer, that is. True men like you men, aye, Ben, will lift your glass with us. They lifted, shishink, shishunk, tip. An unseeing stripling stood in the door. He saw not bronze, he saw not gold, nor Ben, nor Bob, nor Tom, nor Cy, nor George, nor Tanks, nor Richie, nor Pat. He did not see. See Bloom, Grease a Bloom, viewed last words, softly, when my country takes a place among... Must be the bird. Ooh, Reaper! Nations of the earth, no one behind. She's past. Then and not till then, tram, cran, good opper, coming. Crandall, cran, right, I'm sure it's the Bergen. Yes, 1, 2. Let my epitaph be written. I have done.
So then, the citizen begins talking about this Irish language and the corporation meeting and all to that, and the Shoney's that can't speak their own language. And Joe chipping in because he stuck someone for a quid, and Bloom putting in his old goo with his 2-penny stump that he cashed off of Joe, and talking about the Gaelic League and the Anti-Treating League, and drink, the curse of Ireland. Anti-treating is about the size of it. Gob, he'd let you pour all manner of drink down his throat, till the Lord would call him before you'd ever see the froth of his pint. And one night I went in with a fellow into one of their musical evenings, song and dance, about she could get up on a truss of hay, she could my Maureen lay, and there was a fellow with a Ballahooly blue ribbon badge spiffing out of him in Irish, and a lot of Colleen Bonds going on about with temperance beverages and selling medals and oranges and lemonade and a few old dry buns. Gob, fahule, entertainment, don't be talking. Ireland sober is Ireland free. And then an old fellow starts blowing into his bagpipes and all the gougers shuffling their feet to the tune of the old cow died of. And 1 or 2 sky pilots, having an eye around there was no goings on with the females, hidden below the belt. So how and ever, as I was saying, the old dog, seeing the tin was empty, starts mousing around by Joe and me. I'd train him by kindness, so I would if he was my dog. Give him a rousing fine kick now and again where it wouldn't blind him. Afraid he'll bite you, says the citizen, jeering. No, says I, but he might take my leg for a lamppost. So he calls the old dog over. What's on you, Gary, he says. Then he starts hauling and mauling and talking to him in Irish, and the old Towser growling, letting on to answer like a duet in the opera. Such growling you never heard as they let off between them. Someone that has nothing better to do ought to write a letter pro bono publica to the papers about the muzzling order for a dog of the like of that. Growling and grousing, and his eye all bloodshot from the druth is it in, and the hydrophobia dropping out of his jaws. All those who are interested in the spread of human culture among the lower animals, and their name is Legion, should make a point of not missing the really marvelous exhibition of synanthropy given by the famous old red setter wolf dog formerly known by the sobriquet of Gary Owen, and recently rechristened by his large circle of friends and acquaintances, Owen Gary. The exhibition, which is the result of years of training by kindness and a carefully thought out dietary system, comprises, among other achievements, the recitation of verse.
So JJ puts in a word, doing the tough about one story was good till you heard another, and blinking facts and Nelson policy, putting your blind eye to the telescope and drawing up a bill of attainder to impeach a nation. And Bloom trying to back him up, moderation and botheration, and their colonies and their civilization. Citizens says, their civilization, you mean? To hell with them, the curse of a good-for-nothing god light sideways on the bloody, thick-lugged sons of whores gets. No music, and no art, and no literature worth of the name. Any civilization they have, they stole from us. Tongue-tied sons of bastards, ghosts. Says JJ. The European family, says the citizen. They're not European. I was in Europe with Kevin Egan of Paris. You wouldn't see a trace of them or their language anywhere in Europe except in a cabinet d'essence toilet, says John Weiss. Full many a flower is born to blush unseen, says Lenihan. that knows a bit of the lingo. Conspuis les Anglais, perfide Albion. Down with the English and England, he said, and then lifted he in his rude, great, brawny, strengthy hands the madar of dark, strong, foamy ale, and uttering his tribal slogan, Love Garag Abu, victory to Ulster, he drank to the undoing of his foes, a race of mighty valorous heroes, rulers of the waves, who sit on thrones of alabaster, silent as the deathless gods. Says I to Lenihan, what's up with you? You look like a fellow that had lost a bob and found a tanner. Says Lenihan, Gold Cup? Says Terry, who won, Mr. Lenihan? Says Lenihan, throw away at 20-1. A rank outsider, and the rest nowhere. Says Terry, and Bass's mare? Says Lenihan, still running. We're all in a cart. Boylan plunged 2 quid on my tip scepter for himself and a lady friend. Says Terry, I had a crown myself on Zinfandel that Mr. Flynn gave me. It was Lord Howard de Walden's filly. Says Lenihan, 20-1. Such is life in an outhouse. Throwaway takes the biscuit. And talking about bunions, frailty, thy name is Scepter. So he went over to the biscuit tin Bob Doran left to see if there was anything he could lift on the nod. The old cur dog after him, backing his luck with his mangy snout up. Old Mother Hubbard went to the cupboard. Says Lenihan, not there, my child. Says Joe, keep your pecker up. She'd have won the money only for that other dog. And JJ and the citizen arguing about law and history, with Bloom sticking in an odd word. Says Bloom, some people can see the mote in others' eyes, but they can't see the beam in their own.
As treeless as Portugal will be soon, says John Wise, or Heligoland with its one tree, if something is not done to reforest the land. Larches, firs, all the trees of the conifer family are going fast. I was reading a report of Lord Castletown's. Save them, says the citizen, the giant ash of Galway, and the chieftain elm of Kildare with a 40-foot bole and an acre of foliage. Save the trees of Ireland for the future men of Ireland on the fair hills of Aero. Europe has its eyes on you, says Lenihan. The fashionable international world attended en masse this afternoon at the wedding of the Chevalier Jean Louis de Newlan, Grand High Chief Ranger of the Irish National Foresters, with Miss Fir Conifer of Pine Valley, Lady Sylvester Elmshade, Miss Barbara Lovebirch, Mrs. Pole Ash, Mrs. Holly Hazel Eyes, Miss Daphne Bays, Miss Dorothy Canebrake, Mrs. Clyde Twelvetrees, Mrs. Rowan Green, Mrs. Helen Vinegadding, Miss Virginia Creeper, Miss Gladys Beach, Miss Olive Garth, Miss Blanche Maple, Mrs. Maud Mahogany, Miss Myra Myrtle, Miss Priscilla Elderflower, Miss B. Honeysuckle, Miss Grace Poplar, Miss O'Mimosa San, Miss Rachel Cedarfrond, and Mrs. Lillian and Viola Lilac, Miss Timidity Aspinall, Mrs. Kitty Dewey Moss, Miss May Hawthorne, Mrs. Gloriana Palm, Mrs. Leanna Forrest, Mrs. Arabella Blackwood, and Mrs. Norma Hollyoak of Oak Home. Regis graced the ceremony by their presence. The bride, who was given away by her father, the McConifer of the Glands, looked exquisitely charming in a creation carried out in green mercerized silk, molded on an underslip of gloaming grey, sashed with a yoke of broad emerald and finished with a triple flounce of dark-hued fringe, the scheme being relieved by bretelles and hip insertions of acorn bronze. The maids of honor, Miss Larch Conifer and Miss Spruce Conifer, sisters of the bride, wore very becoming costumes in the same tone, a dainty motif of plume rose being worked into the pleats in a pinstripe and repeated capriciously in the jade green toques in the form of heron feathers of pale-tinted coral. Senor Enrique Flor presided at the organ with his well-known ability, and in addition to the prescribed numbers of the nuptial mass, played a new and striking arrangement of Woodman Spared That Tree at the conclusion of the service. On leaving the church of St. Fiacre in Horto, after the papal blessing, the happy pair were subjected to a playful crossfire of hazelnuts, beech mast, bay leaves, catkin of willow, ivy tod, holly berries, mistletoe sprig, and quicken shoots. Mr. and Mrs. Wise Conifer Newland will spend a quiet honeymoon in the Black Forest.
Jesus, I had to laugh at the way that he came out with that about the old one with the winkers on her, blind drunk in her royal palace, every night of God, old Vic with her jorum of Mountain Dew and her coachman carting her up body and bones to roll into bed, and she pulling him by the whiskers and singing old bits of songs about Erin on the Rhine and come where the booze is cheaper. Well, says JJ, we have Edward the Peacemaker now. Tell that to a fool, says the citizen. There's a bloody sight more pox than pats about that boyo, Edward Gilf Wetton. And what do you think, says Joe, of the holy boys, the priests and the bishops of Ireland doing up his room in Maynooth in his satanic majesty's racing colors and sticking up pictures of all the horses his jockey rode? The Earl of Dublin, no less. They ought to have stuck up all the women he rode himself, says little Alf. And, says JJ, considerations of space have influenced their lordship's decision. Will you try another, citizen, says Joe. Yes, sir, says he, I will. You, says Joe. Beholden to you, Joe, says I, may your shadow never grow less. Repeat that dose, says Joe. Bloom was talking with John Weiss, and he, quite excited with his dun-duck muddly-colored mug on him and his old plumies rolling about. Persecution, says he, all the history of the world is full of it, perpetuating national hatred among nations. But do you know what a nation means, says John Weiss. Yes, says Bloom. What is it, says John Weiss. A nation, says Bloom. A nation is the same people living in the same place. By God, then, says Ned, laughing. If that's so, I'm a nation, for I'm living in the same place for the past 5 years. So, of course, everyone had to laugh at Bloom, and says he, trying to muck out of it, or also living in different places. That covers my case, says Joe. What is your nation, if I may ask, says the citizen. Ireland, says Bloom. I was born there. Ireland. The citizen said nothing, only cleared the spit out of his gullet and gob, and he spat a red bank oyster out of him right in the corner. After you with a push, Joe, says he, taking out his handkerchief to swab himself dry. Here you are, citizen, says Joe. Take that in your right hand and repeat after me the following words.
Of
Show us over the drink, says I. Which is which? That's mine, says Joe, as the devil said to the dead policeman. And I belong to a race too, says Bloom, that is hated and persecuted, also now, this very moment, this very instant. Gob, he near burnt his fingers with the butt of his old cigar. Robbed, says he, plundered, insulted, persecuted, taking what belongs to us by right, at this very moment, says he, putting up his fist, sold by auction in Morocco like slaves or cattle. Are you talking about the New Jerusalem, says the citizen. I'm talking about injustice, says Bloom. Right, says John Wise. Stand up to it then with force like men. That's an almanac picture for you, marked for a soft-nosed bullet, old lardy face, standing up to the business end of a gun. Gob, he'd adorn a sweeping brush, so he would, if he only had a nurse's apron on him. And then he collapses all of a sudden, twisting around all the opposite, as limp as a wet rag. But it's no use, says he. Force, hatred, history, all that. That's not life for men and women, insult and hatred, and everybody knows that it's the very opposite of that is real life. What, says Alf. Love, says Bloom. I mean, the opposite of hatred. I must go now, says he to John Wise, just round to the court a moment to see if Martin is there. If he comes, just say I'll be back in a second, just a moment. Who's hindering you? And off he pops like greased lightning. A new apostle to the Gentiles, says the citizen. Universal love. Well, says John Wise, isn't that what we're told? Love your neighbor. That chap, says the citizen. Beggar my neighbor is his motto. Love Moya. He's a nice pattern of a Romeo and Juliet. Love loves to love love. Nurse loves the new chemist. Constable 14A loves Mary Kelly. Gertie McDowell loves the boy that has the bicycle. MB loves a fair gentleman. Li Chi Han, lovey up kissy cha poo chow. Jumbo the elephant loves Alice the elephant. Old Mr. Versecoil with the ear trumpet loves old Mrs. Versecoil with the turned-in eye. The man in the brown Macintosh loves a lady who is dead. His Majesty the King loves Her Majesty the Queen. Mrs. Norman W. Tupper loves Officer Taylor. You love a certain person, and this person loves that other person, because everybody loves somebody, but God loves everybody.
So in comes Martin, asking where was Bloom. Where is he, says Lenehan, defrauding widows and orphans? Isn't that a fact, says John Wise, what I was telling the citizen about Bloom and the Sinn Féin? That's so, says Martin, or so they allege. Who made those allegations? Asks Alf. I, says Joe, I'm the alligator. And after all, says John Wise, why can't a Jew love his country like the next fellow? Why not, says JJ, when he's quite sure what country it is? Is he a Jew or a Gentile? Or a Holy Roman or a swaddler? Or what the hell is he, says Ned? Or who is he? No offense, Crofton. Who is Junius, says JJ. We don't want him, says Crofter, the Orangeman or Presbyterian. He's a perverted Jew, says Martin, from a place in Hungary. And it was he drew up all the plans according to the Hungarian system. We know that in the castle. Isn't he a cousin of Bloom the dentist, says Jack Power. Not at all, says Martin, only namesakes. His name was Virag, the father's name that poisoned himself. He changed it by deed poll, the father did.
That's the new Messiah for Ireland, says the citizen. Island of saints and sages. Well, they're still waiting for their Redeemer, says Martin. For that matter, so are we. Yes, says JJ, and every male that's born they think may be their Messiah, and every Jew is in a state of tall excitement, I believe, till he knows if he is a father or a mother. Expecting every moment will be his next, says Lenehan. Oh, by God, says Ned, you should have seen Bloom before that son of his that died was born. I met him one day in the South City markets buying a tin of Nieve's food 6 weeks before the wife was delivered. En ventre sa mère, says JJ. Do you call that a man, says the citizen. I wonder, did he ever put it out of sight, says Joe. Well, there were 2 children born anyhow, says Jack Power. And who does he suspect, says the citizen. Gob, there's many a true word spoken in jest. One of those mixed middlings he is. Lying up in the hotel, Pisser was telling me once a month with headache like a totty with her courses. Do you know what I'm telling you? It'd be an act of God to take a hold of a fella like that and throw him in the bloody sea. Justifiable homicide, so it would. Then sloping off with his 5 quid without putting up a pint of stuff like a man. Give us your blessing. Not as much as would blind your eye. Charity to the neighbor, says Martin. But where is he? We can't wait. A wolf in sheep's clothing, says the citizen. That's what he is. Virag from Hungary. Ahasuerus, I call him, cursed by God. Have you time for a brief libation, Martin, says Ned. Only one, says Martin. We must be quick. JJ and S. You, Jack? Crofton? 3 half ones, Terry. St. Patrick would want to land again in Ballykindler and convert us, says the citizen, after allowing things like that to contaminate our shores. Well, says Martin, rapping for his glass, God bless all here is my prayer. Amen, says the citizen. And I'm sure he will, says Joe.
But who was Gertie? Gertie McDowell, who was seated near her companions, lost in thought, gazing far away into the distance, was, in very truth, as fair a specimen of winsome Irish girlhood as one could wish to see. She was pronounced beautiful by all who knew her, though, as folks often said, she was more a Giltrap than a McDowell. Her figure was slight and graceful, inclining even to fragility, but those iron jelloids she'd been taking of late had done her a world of good, much better than the Widow Welch's female pills, and she was much better of those discharges she used to get and that tired feeling. The waxen pallor of her face was almost spiritual in its ivory-like purity, though her rosebud mouth was a genuine Cupid's bow, Greekly perfect. Her hands were of finely veined alabaster with tapering fingers and as white as lemon juice and queen of ointments could make them, though it was not true that she used to wear kid gloves in bed or take a milk foot bath either. Bertha Supple told that once to Edie Boardman, a deliberate lie, when she was black out at daggers drawn with Gertie. The girl chums had, of course, their little tiffs from time to time, like the rest of mortals. And she told her not to let on whatever she did, that it was her that told her or she'd never speak to her again. No. Honor where honor is due. There was an innate refinement, a languid, queenly hauteur about Gertie, which was unmistakably evidenced in her delicate hands and high-arched instep. Had kind fate but willed her to be born a gentlewoman of high degree in her own right, and had she only received the benefit of a good education, Gertie McDowell might easily have held her own beside any lady in the land, and have seen herself exquisitely gowned with jewels on her brow and patrician suitors at her feet, vying with one another to pay their devoirs to her. Mayhap it was this, the love that might have been, that lent to her softly featured face at whiles a look, tense with suppressed meaning, that imparted a strange yearning tendency to the beautiful eyes, a charm few could resist. Why have women such eyes of witchery? Gertie's were of the bluest Irish blue, set off by lustrous lashes and dark, expressive brows. Time was when those brows were not so silkily seductive. It was Madame Vera Verity, directress of the Woman Beautiful page of the Princess Novelette, who had first advised her to try eyebrow line, which gave that haunting expression to the eyes, so becoming in leaders of fashion, and she had never regretted it. Then there was blushing, scientifically cured, and how to be tall, increase your height, and you have a beautiful face, but your nose? That would suit Mrs. Dignam because she had a button one. But Gertie's crowning glory was her wealth of beautiful hair. It was dark brown with a natural wave in it. She had cut it that very morning on account of the new moon, and it nestled about her pretty head in a profusion of luxuriant clusters. And pared her nails, too, Thursday for wealth. And just now at Edie's words, as a telltale flush, delicate as the faintest rose bloom, crept into her cheeks, she looked so lovely in her sweet girlish shyness that of a surety God's fair land of Ireland did not hold her equal.
Sissy came up along the strand with the two twins and their ball, with her hat anyhow on her, to one side after her run, and she did look a streel, tugging the two kids along, with the flimsy blouse she bought only a fortnight before, like a rag on her back, and a bit of a petticoat hanging like a caricature. Gertie just took off her hat for a moment to settle her hair, and a prettier, a daintier head of nut-brown tresses was never seen on a girl's shoulders. A radiant little vision, in sooth, almost maddening in its sweetness. You would have to travel many a long mile before you found a head of hair the like of that. She could almost see the swift answering flash of admiration in his eyes that set her tingling in every nerve. She put on her hat so that she could see from underneath the brim, and swung her buckled shoe faster, for her breath caught as she caught the expression in his eyes. He was eyeing her as a snake eyes its prey. Her woman's instinct told her that she had raised the devil in him, and at that thought, a burling scarlet swept from throat to brow till the lovely color of her face became a glorious rose.
Edie Boardman was noticing it too because she was squinting at Gertie, half smiling with her specs like an old maid pretending to nurse the baby. Irritable little gnat she was and always would be, and that's why no one could get on with her poking her nose into what was no concern of hers. And she said to Gertie, "A penny for your thoughts." "What?" replied Gertie with a smile reinforced by the whitest of teeth. I was only wondering, was it late? Because she wished to goodness they'd take those snotty-nosed twins and their baby home to the mischief out of that. So that was why she gave just a gentle hint about it being late. And when Sissy came up, Edie asked her the time, and Sissy, Miss Glib as you like, said it was past kissing time, time to kiss again. But Edie wanted to know because they were told to be in early. "Wait," said Sissy. "I'll run ask my Uncle Peter over there what's the time by his conundrum."
So over she went, and when he saw her coming, she could see him take his hand out of his pocket, getting nervous and beginning to play with his watch chain, looking up at the church. Passionate nature though he was, Gertie could see that he had enormous control over himself. One moment he had been there, fascinated by a loveliness that made him gaze, and the next moment it was the quiet, grave-faced gentleman, self-control expressed in every line of his distinguished-looking figure. Sissy said to excuse her, would he mind please telling her what was the right time? And Gertie could see him taking out his watch, listening to it and looking up and clearing his throat. And he said he was very sorry his watch was stopped, but he thought it must be after 8 because the sun was set. His voice had a cultural ring in it, and though he spoke in measured accent, there was a suspicion of a quiver in the mellow tones. Sissy said thanks and came back with her tongue out and said Uncle said his waterworks were out of order.
Then they sang the second verse of the Tantum Ergo, and Canon O'Hanlon got up again and sensed the Blessed Sacrament and knelt down, and he told Father Conroy that one of the candles was just going to set fire to the flowers, and Father Conroy got up and settled it all right, and she could see the gentleman winding his watch and listening to the works, and she swung her leg more in and out in time. It was getting darker, but he could see, and he was looking all the time that he was winding the watch, or whatever he was doing to it. And then he put it back and put his hands back into his pockets. She felt a kind of sensation rushing all over her, and she knew by the feel of her scalp and that irritation against her stays that that thing must be coming on, because the last time, too, was when she clipped her hair on account of the moon. His dark eyes fixed themselves on her again, drinking in her every contour, literally worshipping at her shrine. If ever there was undisguised admiration in a man's passionate gaze, it was there, plain to be seen on that man's face. It is for you, Gertrude McDowell, and you know it.
Canon O'Hanlon put the Blessed Sacrament back into the tabernacle and genuflected, and the choir sang Laudate Dominum Omnes Gentes. And then he locked the tabernacle door because the benediction was over, and Father Conroy handed him his hat to put on, and Crosscat Edie asked, wasn't she coming? But Jackie Caffrey called out, oh, look, Sissy. And they all looked. Was it sheet lightning? But Tommy saw it too over the trees beside the church, blue and then green and purple. It's fireworks, Sissy Caffrey said. And they all ran down the Strand to see over the houses and the church helter-skelter, Edie with the pushcar with baby Boardman in it, and Sissy holding Tommy and Jackie by the hand so they wouldn't fall running. Come on, Gertie, Sissy called. It's the bazaar fireworks. But Gertie was adamant. She had no intention of being at their beck and call. If they could run like Rossi's, she could sit. And so she said she could see from where she was. The eyes that were fastened upon her set her pulses tingling. She looked at him a moment, meeting his glance, and a light broke in upon her. White-hot passion was in that face, passion silent as the grave, and it had made her his. At last they were left alone without the others to pry and pass remarks, and she knew he could be trusted to the death, steadfast, a sterling man, a man of inflexible honor to his fingertips. His hands and face were working, and a tremor went over her. She leaned back far to look up where the fireworks were, and she caught her knee in her hands so as not to fall back looking up, and there was no one to see, only him and her, when she revealed all her graceful, beautifully shaped legs like that, supplely soft and delicately rounded, and she seemed to hear the panting of his heart, his hoarse breathing, because she knew too about the passion of men like that, hot-blooded, because Bertha Supple told her once in dead secret and made her swear she'd never about the gentleman lodger that was staying with them out of the congested districts board that had pictures cut out of papers of those skirt dancers and high kickers. And she said he used to do something not very nice that you could imagine sometimes in the bed. But this was altogether different from a thing like that. because there was all the difference, because she could almost feel him draw her face to his and the first quick, hot touch of his handsome lips. Besides, there was absolution so long as you didn't do the other thing before being married. And there ought to be women priests that would understand without your telling out. And Sissy Caffrey, too, sometimes had that dreamy look in her eyes, so that she, too, my dear, and Winnie Rippingham, so mad about actors' photographs. And besides, it was on account of that other thing coming on the way it did.
And Jackie Caffrey shouted to look, there was another. And she leaned back, and the garters were blue to match on account of the transparent. And they all saw it, and they all shouted to look, look, there it was. And she leaned back ever so far to see the fireworks, and something queer was flying through the air, a soft thing, to and fro, dark. And she saw a long Roman candle going up over the trees, up, up, and in that tense hush, they were all breathless with excitement as it went higher and higher, and she had to lean back more and more to look up after it, high, high, almost out of sight, and her face was suffused with a divine and entrancing blush from straining back, and he could see her other things, too, nainsook knickers, the fabric that caresses the skin, better than those other Pettywith, the green, 4 and 11, on account of being white. And she let him, and she saw that he saw, and then it went so high it was out of sight a moment, and she was trembling in every limb from being bent back so far, and he had a full view high up above her knee where no one ever, not even on the swing or waiting, and she wasn't ashamed, and he wasn't either, to look in that immodest way like that, because he couldn't resist the sight of the wondrous revealment half offered, like those skirt dancers behaving so immodest before gentlemen, looking. And he kept on looking, looking. She would fain have cried to him chokingly, held out her snowy, slender arms to him to come, to feel his lips laid on her white brow, the cry of a young girl's love, a little strangled cry, wrung from her, that cry that has rung through the ages. And then a rocket sprang, and bang, shot, blind, blank, and oh! And then the Roman candle burst, and it was like a sigh of, oh! And everyone cried, oh, oh, in raptures. And it gushed out in a stream of rain gold hair threads, and they shed, and they were all greeny, dewy stars fallen with golden, oh, so lovely, oh, soft, sweet, soft. They all melted dewily away in the gray air. All was silent. She glanced at him as she bent forward quickly, a pathetic little glance of piteous reproach, a protest of shy reproach under which he colored like a girl. He was leaning back against the rock behind. Leopold Bloom, for it is he, stands silent with bowed head before those young, guileless eyes. What a brute he had been! At it again? A fair, unsullied soul had called to him, and wretch that he was, how had he answered? An utter cad he had been, he of all men. But there was an infinite store of mercy in those eyes, for him too, a word of pardon even though he had erred and sinned and wandered. Should a girl tell? No, 1,000 times no. That was their secret, only theirs alone in the hiding twilight, and there was none to know or tell, save the little bat that flew so softly through the evening, to and fro, and little bats don't tell. Sissy Caffrey whistled, imitating the boys in the football field to show what a great person she was, and then she cried, "Gertie, Gertie, we're going, come on. We can see from farther up." Gertie had an idea, one of love's little ruses. She slipped a hand into her kerchief pocket and took out the wadding and waved in reply, of course without letting him, and then slipped it back. "Wonder if he's too far to..." She rose. "Was it goodbye?" No, she had to go, but they would meet again there, and she would dream of that till then, tomorrow, of her dream of yestereve. She drew herself up to her full height. Their souls met in a last lingering glance, and the eyes that reached her heart, full of a strange shining, hung enraptured on her sweet, flower-like face. She half smiled at him wanly, a sweet, forgiving smile, a smile that verged on tears, and then they parted. Slowly, without looking back, she went down the uneven strand to Sissy, to Edie, to Jackie and Tommy Caffrey, to little baby Boardman. It was darker now, and there were stones and bits of wood on the strand and slippy seaweed. She walked with a certain quiet dignity characteristic of her, but with care and very slowly because Gertie McDowell was tight boots? No, she's lame. Oh.
Mr. Bloom watched her as she limped away. Poor girl. That's why she's left on the shelf, and the others did a sprint. Thought something was wrong by the cut of her jib. Jilted beauty. A defect is 10 times worse in a woman, but makes them polite. Glad I didn't know it when she was on show. Hot little devil all the same. I wouldn't mind. Curiosity like a nun or a negress or a girl with glasses. That squinty one is delicate. Near her monthlies, I expect, makes them feel ticklish. I've such a bad headache today. Where did I put the letter? Yes, all right, all kinds of crazy longings, licking pennies, girl in Tanquilla convent, that nun told me liked to smell rock oil. Virgins go mad in the end, I suppose. Sister, how many women in Dublin have it today? Martha, she, something in the air. That's the moon. But then why don't all women menstruate at the same time with the same moon, I mean? Depends on the time they were born, I suppose. Or all start scratch, then get out of step. Sometimes Molly and Millie together. Anyhow, I got the best of that. Damned glad I didn't do it in the bath this morning over her silly "I will punish you" letter. Made up for that tram driver this morning. That gouger McCoy stopped me to say nothing, and his wife, engagement in the country valise, voice like a pickaxe. Thankful for small mercies, cheap too, yours for the asking, because they want it themselves, their natural craving, shoals of them every evening poured out of offices, reserve better. Don't want it, they throw it at you. Catch 'em alive, oh. Pity they can't see themselves. A dream of well-filled hose. Where was that? Ah, yes. Mutascope pictures in Capel Street, for men only. Peeping Tom, Willie's hat, and what the girls did with it. Do they snapshot those girls, or is it all a fake? Lingerie does it. Felt for the curves inside her déshabillé, excites them also when they're, "I'm all clean, come and dirty me." And they like dressing one another for the sacrifice. Millie delighted with Molly's new blouse at first, put them all on to take them all off. Molly, why, I bought her the violet garters. Us too, the tie he wore, his lovely socks and turned-up trousers. He wore a pair of gaiters the night we first met. His lovely shirt was shining beneath his what of jet? Say a woman loses a charm with every pin she takes out. Pinned together. Oh, Mary lost the pin of her. Dressed up to the nines for somebody, fashion part of their charm. Just changes when you're on the track of the secret. Except the East. Mary, Martha, now as then. No reasonable offer refused. She wasn't in a hurry either. Always off to a fellow when they are. They never forget an appointment. Out on spec, probably. They believe in chance because, like themselves, and the others inclined to give her an odd dig. Girlfriends at school, arms round each other's necks, or with 10 fingers locked, kissing and whispering secrets about nothing in the convent garden. Nuns with whitewashed faces, cool coifs, and their rosaries going up and down, vindictive too for what they can't get. Barbed wire. Be sure now and write to me, and I'll write to you. Now, won't you? Molly and Josie, Powell, till Mr. Wright comes along, then meet once in a blue moon. Tableau. Oh, look who it is, for the love of God. How are you at all? What have you been doing with yourself? Kiss and delighted to kiss to see you. Picking holes in each other's appearance. You look splendid. Sister souls, showing their teeth at one another. How many have you left? Wouldn't lend each other a pinch of salt. Ah.
Mr. Bloom stooped and turned over a piece of paper on the strand. He brought it near his eyes and peered. Letter? No, can't read. Better go. Better. I'm tired to move. Page of an old copybook. All those holes and pebbles. Who could count them? Never know what you find. Bottle with story of treasure in it thrown from a wreck. Parcels post. Children always want to throw things in the sea. Trust? Bread cast on the waters. What's this? Bit of a stick. Oh, exhausted that female has me. Not so young now. Will she come here tomorrow? Wait for her somewhere forever. Must come back. Murderers do. Will I? Mr. Bloom, with his stick, gently vexed the thick sand at his foot. Write a message for her. Might remain. What? I. Some flat foot tramp on it in the morning. Useless. Washed away. Tide comes here. Saw a pool near her foot. Bend. See my face there? Dark mirror. Breathe on it. Stirs. All these rocks with lines and scars and letters. Oh, those transparent. Besides, they don't know. What is the meaning of that other world? I call you naughty boy because I do not like. No room, let it go. Mr. Bloom effaced the letters with his slow boot. Hopeless thing, sand. Nothing grows in it. All fades. No fear of big vessels come up here, except Guinness's barges. Round the Kish in 80 days. Done half by design. He flung his wooden pen away. The stick fell in silted sand, stuck. Now, if you were trying to do that for a week on end, you couldn't. Chance. We'll never meet again, but it was lovely. Goodbye, dear. Thanks. Made me feel so young. He flung his wooden pen away. The stick, short snooze now if I had. Must be near 9. Liverpool boat long gone, not even the smoke. And she can do the other, did too. And Belfast. I won't go. Race there, race back to Ennis, let him. Just close my eyes a moment. Won't sleep though, half dream. It never comes the same. Bat again. No harm in him, just a few. Oh, sweetie, all your little girl white up, I saw dirty, brace girdle, made me do love sticky, we too naughty, Grace darling. She, him, half past the bed, met him, pike hoses, frillies for Raoul de perfume, your wife, black hair, heave under embon, senorita, young eyes, mulvey, plump bubs, we, bread van, winkle, red slippers, she, rusty sleep, wander years of dream, return, tail end, Agendath, swoony lovey, showed me her next year in her drawers, return, next in her, next. A bat flew, here, there, here. Far in the gray, a bell chimed. Mr. Bloom, with open mouth, his left boot sanded sideways, leaned, breathed, just for a few. Cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. A clock on the mantelpiece in the priest's house cooed, where Canon O'Hanlon and Father Conroy and the Reverend John Hughes, S.J., were taking tea and soda bread and butter and fried mutton chops with ketchup and talking about cuckoo, 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 because it was a little canary bird that came out of its little house to tell the time that Gertie McDowell noticed the time she was there, because she was as quick as anything about a thing like that, was Gertie McDowell. And she noticed at once that the foreign gentleman that was sitting on the rocks looking was cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo.
Happy Bloomsday again, everyone. We're going to take a music break when you can get some food, or better yet, you can go over to the silent auctioneer. We still have a few items that you can bid on, including a private tour of the Rosenbach. There's a private tour of the library company. There's a nice wine package in there. And the best thing of all is the original artwork for this year's Bloomsday art that we have on our new t-shirts that was done by Robert Burry, who will be reading today later at 5:30. I think he's in the beer garden now, probably. And you could and bid on that and win that. It's a nice signed, original art that we have going. So And in the meantime, listen to Darren and John. We'll reconvene at 5:15. Enjoy.
Before born, babe bliss had, within womb one he worship. Whatever in that one case done, commodiously done was, a couch by midwives attended, with wholesome food reposeful, cleanest swaddles, as though forth-bringing were now done, and by wise foresight set. But to this, no less of what drugs there is need, and surgical implements which are pertaining to her case, not omitting aspect of all very distracting spectacles in various latitudes by our terrestrial orb offered, together with images, divine and human, the cogitation of which by sejunct females is to tumescence conducive, or eases issue in the high, sun-bright, well-built, fair home of mothers, when, ostensibly far gone and reproductive, it is come by her thereto to lie in her term up. Some man that wayfaring was stood by house door at night's oncoming. Of Israel's folk was that man that on earth wandering far had fared. Stark ruth of man his errand that him lone led till that house. Of that house, a horn is lord. 70 beds keeps he there. Teeming mothers are wont that they lie for to thole and bring forth bairns hale. So God's angel to Mary quoth. Watchers tway there walk, white sisters in ward sleepless. Smarts they still, sickness soothing, in 12 moons thrice 100. Truest bed things they twain are, for horn holding wariest ward. In ward wary the watcher, hearing come that man mild-hearted, eft rising with swire ywimpled, to him her gate wide undid. Lo, levin leaping lightens in eye blink Ireland's westward welkin. Full she drad that God, the wreaker, all mankind would fordo with water for his evil sins. Christ's rood made she on breastbone, and him drew that he would rave in fair under her thatch. That man, her will wotting, worthful, went in Horn's house. Loath to irk, in Horn's hall, hat holding, the seeker stood. On her stow he ere was living with dear wife and lovesome daughter, that then over land and sea floor 9 years had long outwandered. Once her in town hive meeting, he to her bow had not doffed, her to forgive now he craved, with good ground of her allowed, that of him swift-seen face, hers so young then had looked. Light swift her eyes kindled, bloom of blushes his word winning. As her eyes then ongot his weeds swart, therefore sorrow she feared. Glad after she was that e'er a dread was. Her he asked if O'Hare doctor tidings sent from far coast, and she with grameful sigh him answered that O'Hare doctor in heaven was. Sad was the man that word to hear, that him so heavied in bowels ruthful. All she there told him, ruing death for friend so young, algate sore unwilling God's right wiseness to withsay. She said that he had a fair sweet death, through God his goodness, with mass priest to be shriven, holy housel, and sick men's oils to his limbs. The man then, right earnest, asked the nun of which death the dead man was died, and the nun answered him, and said that he was died in Mona Island through belly crab 3 year agone come Childermas, and she prayed to God the all-ruthful to have his dear soul in his undeathliness. He heard her sad words, in held hat sad staring. So stood they there both a while, in wan hope, sorrowing, one with the other. Therefore every man, look to that last end that is thy death, and the dust that gripeth on every man that is born of woman. For as he came naked forth from his mother's womb, so naked shall he wend him at the last, for to go as he came.
Mark this farther and remember, the end comes suddenly. Enter that antechamber of birth where the studious are assembled and note their faces. Nothing, as it seems, there of rash or violent. Quietude of custody, rather, befitting their station in that house. the vigilant watch of shepherds and of angels about a crib in Bethlehem of Judah long ago. But as before the lightning, the serried storm clouds, heavy with preponderant excess of moisture, in swollen masses turgidly distended, compass earth and sky in one vast slumber, impending above parched field and drowsy oxen and blighted growth of shrub and verdure, till in an instant a flash rives their centers, and with the reverberation of the thunder, the cloudburst pours its torrent. So, and not otherwise, was the transformation, violent and instantaneous, upon the utterance of the word. Berks, outflings my Lord Stephen, giving the cry, and a tag and bobtail of all them after, cockerel, jackanapes, welsher, pill doctor, punctual Bloom at heels, with a universal grabbing at headgear, ash plants, bilboes, Panama hats, and scabbards, Zermatt alpenstocks and whatnot. A detail of lusty youth, noble every student there. Nurse Callan, taken aback in the hallway, cannot stay them, nor smiling surgeon coming downstairs with news of placentation ended, a full pound if a milligram. They hark him on. The door, it is open. Ha! They are out, tumultuously, off for a minute's race, all bravely legging it. Burks of Denzel and Hollis their ulterior goal. Dixon follows, giving them sharp language, but raps out an oath, he too, and on. Bloom stays with nurse, a thought to send a kind word to happy mother and nursling up there, Dr. Diet and Dr. Quiet. Looks she too not other now? Ward of watching in Horn's house has told its tale in that washed out pallor. Then, all being gone, a glance of mother wit helping, he whispers, close in going, Madam, when comes the stork bird for thee?
All off for a buster? Armstrong hollering down the street, bona fides. Where you slept last night, Timothy of the battered noggin, like old Billy-O? Any broilies or gumboats in the family? Where the Henry Neville sawbones and old clo? Sorra one of me knows. Hurrah there, Dix! Forward to the ribbon counter. Where's Punch, all serene? Jay, look at the drunken minister coming out of the maternity hospital. All off for a buster. Armstrong hollering down the street, bona fides. Where you slept last night, Timothy of the battered noggin, like old Billy-O? Where you slept last night? Any broilies or gumboots in the family? Where the Henry Neville sawbones and old clo? Sorra one of me knows. Hurrah there, Dix. Forward to the ribbon counter. Where's Punch, all serene? Jay, look at the drunken minister coming out of the maternity hospital. Benedicat vos omnipotens Deus Pater filius. Make mister. The Denzel Lane boys. Hell blast ye. Scoot, righto, Azix. Shove 'em out of the bleeding limelight. Yous join us, dear sir? No intrusion in life. Lou Heap, good man. Ali Sami dis bunch. En avant mes enfants. Fire away, number one on the gun. Burks, Burks. Thence they advance, 5 parasangs. Slattery's mounted foot. Where's that bleeding offer? Parson Steve, apostate's creed. No, no, Mulligan. Abaft there. Shove ahead. Keep a watch on the clock. Chucking out time, Molly. What's on you? Mamir Marie. British Beatitudes. Retampratan digiti boom boom. Eyes have it. To be printed and bound at the Druendrum. Pressed by 2 designing females. Calf covers of Pisidon green. Last word in art shades. Most beautiful book. Come out of Ireland at any time. Silencium, get a spurt on. Tension, proceed to nearest canteen and there annex the liquor store. March, tramp, tramp, tramp. The boys are attitudes, parching. Beer, beef, business, Bibles, bulldogs, battleships, buggery, and bishops. Whether on the scaffold hide, beer, beef, trample the Bibles. When for island deer, trample the trampoliers, thunderation. Keep the darned military step. We fall. Bishops, boost box, halt, heave to, rugger, scrum in, no touch kicking. Wow, my tootsies, you hurt? Most amazingly sorry.
Alexander J. Dowie, violently. Fellow Christians and anti-Bloomites, the man called Bloom is from the roots of hell. A disgrace to Christian men, a fiendish libertine from his earliest years, this stinking goat of Mendes gave precocious signs of infantile debauchery, recalling the cities of the plain with a dissolute grande dame. This vile hypocrite, bronzed with infamy, is the white bull mentioned in the Apocalypse. A worshiper of the scarlet woman, intrigue is the very breath in his nostrils. The stake faggots and the cauldron of boiling oil are for him. Caliban! The mob. Lynch him! Roast him! He's as bad as Parnell was! Mr. Fox! Mother Grogan throws her boot at Bloom. Several shopkeepers from Upper and Lower Dorset Street throw objects of little or no commercial value, ham bones, condensed milk tins, unsaleable cabbage, stale bread, sheep's tails, and odd pieces of fat. Bloom, excitedly, this is midsummer madness, some ghastly joke again. By heaven, I'm guiltless as the unsunned snow. It was my brother Henry. He's my double. He lives in number 2 Dolphin's Barn. Slander, the viper, has wrongfully accused me. Fellow countrymen, Shkal imarbata kostigon kapal. I call on my old friend, Dr. Malachi Mulligan, sex specialist, to give medical testimony on my behalf. Dr. Mulligan, in motor jerkin, green motor goggles on his brow. Dr. Bloom is bisexually abnormal. He has recently escaped from Dr. Eustace's private asylum for demented gentlemen. Born out of wedlock, hereditary epilepsy is present, the consequence of unbridled lust. Traces of elephantitis have been discovered among his antecedents. There are marked symptoms of chronic exhibitionism. Ambidexterity is also latent. He's prematurely bald from self-abuse, perversely idealistic in consequence, a reformed rake, and has metal teeth. In consequence of a family complex, he has temporarily lost his memory, and I believe him to be more sinned against than sinning. I have made a pre-vaginal examination and, after application of acid tests to 5427 anal, axillary, pectoral, and pubic hairs, I declare him to be Virgo intacta. Bloom holds his high-grade hat over his genitals. Dr. Madden, hypsospadia is also marked. In the interest of coming generations, I suggest that the parts affected should be preserved in spirits of wine in the National Tetralogical Museum. Dr. Carruthers, I have examined the patient's urine. It is albuminoid. Salivation is insufficient, and the pateral reflex intermittent. Dr. Ponce Costello, oh, the fetor judaicus is most perceptible. Dr. Dixon reads from a bill of health. Professor Bloom is a finished example of the new womanly man. His moral nature is simple and lovable. Many have found him a dear man, a dear person. He's rather quaint fellow on the whole, coy, though not feeble-minded in the medical sense. He's written a really beautiful letter, a poem in itself, to the court missionary, the Reformed Priest Protection Society, which clears up everything. He's practically a total abstainer, and I can affirm that he sleeps on a straw litter and eats the most Spartan food, cold, dried, grocers, peas. He wears a hair shirt, a pure Irish manufacture, winter and summer, and scourges himself every Saturday. He was, I understand, at one time a first-class misdemeanant in Glencree Reformatory. Another report states that he was a very posthumous child. I appeal for clemency in the name of those most sacred words our vocal organs have ever been called upon to speak. He is about to have a baby. While general commotion and compassion, women faint. A wealthy American makes a street collection for Bloom. Gold and silver coins, bank checks, bank notes, jewelry, treasure bonds, maturing, bills of exchange, IOUs, wedding rings, watch chains, lockets, necklaces, and bracelets are rapidly collected. Mr. Bloom, oh, I so want to be a mother.
From left upper entrance with 2 gliding steps, Henry Flower comes forward to left front center. He wears a dark mantle and drooping plumed sombrero. He carries a silver string inlaid dulcimer with a long-stemmed bamboo Jacob's pipe, its clay bowl, shaped like a female head. He wears a dark velvet hose and silver-buckled pumps. He has the romantic Savior's face with flowing locks, thin beard, and mustache. His spindle legs and sparrow feet are those of the tenor Mario, Prince of Candia. He settles down his goffered ruffs and moistens his lips with a passage of his amorous tongue. Henry, in a low, dulcet voice, touching the strings of his guitar, "There is a flower that bloometh." Virag, truculent, his jowls set, stares at the lamp. Grave Bloom regards Zoe's neck. Henry, gallant, turns with pendant dewlap to the piano. Stephen, to himself, "Play with your eyes shut, imitate Pa, filling my belly with husks of swine. Too much of this. I will arise and go to my... Except this is the... Steve, thou art in a parlous way. Must visit old Deasy or telegraph. Our interview on this morning has left on me a deep impression, though our ages will write fully tomorrow. I'm partially drunk, by the way." He touches the keys again. Minor chord comes now. Yes, not much, however. Almedano Artifone holds out a baton roll of music with vigorous mustache work. Artifone: "Si rifletta, lei rovina tutto." Flori: "Sing us something. Love's old sweet song." Stephen: "No voice. I am a most finished artist." Lynch: "Did I show you the letter about the lute?" Flori, smirking: "The bird that can sing and won't sing." The Siamese twins, Philip drunk and Philip sober, 2 Oxford dons with lawnmowers, appear in the window embrasure. Both are masked with Matthew Arnold's face.
Zoe twirls round herself,
heel tapping. Dance! Anybody here for there? Who'll dance? Clear the table. The pianola, with changing lights, plays in waltz time the prelude of My Girl's a Yorkshire Girl. Stephen throws his ash plant on the table and seizes Zoe around the waist. Florrie and Bella push the table toward the fireplace. Stephen, arming Zoe with exaggerated grace, begins to waltz her around the room. Bloom stands beside. Her sleeve falling from gracing arms reveals a white flesh flower of vaccination. Between the curtains, Professor McGinney inserts a leg on the toe point of which spins a silk hat. With a deft kick, he sends it spinning to his crown and jaunty-hatted skates in. He wears a slate frock coat with claret silk lapels, a gorget of cream tulle, a green low-cut waistcoat, stock collar with white kerchief, tight lavender trousers, patent pumps, and canary gloves. In his buttonhole is an immense dahlia. He twirls in reversed directions a clouded cane, then wedges it tight in his oxter. He places a hand lightly on his breastbone, bows, and fondles his flower and buttons. McGinney. The poetry of motion, art of calisthenics. No connection with Madame Leggett Burns or Levinston's. Fancy dress balls arranged. Deportment. The Catty Lanner step. So, watch me, my terpsichorean abilities. He minuets forward 3 paces on tripping bee's feet. Tout le monde en avant. Révérence. Tout le monde en place. The prelude ceases. Professor Goodwin, beating vague arms, shrivels, sinks, his live cape falling about the stool. The air in firmer waltz time sounds. Stephen and Zoe circle freely. The lights change, glow, fade gold, rosy violet. The pianola. 2 young fellows were talking about their girls, 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 sweethearts they'd left behind. From a corner, the morning hours run out, gold-haired, slim-sandaled in girlish blue, wasp-waisted, with innocent hands. Nimbly they dance, twirling their skipping ropes. The hours of noon follow in amber gold. Laughing, linked high hair combs flashing, they catch the sun in mocking mirrors, lifting their arms. McGinney, clip-claps, glove-silent hands. Carré, avant deux, breathe evenly, balancez. The morning and noon hours waltz in their places, turning, advancing to each other, shaping their curves, bowing vis-a-vis. Cavaliers behind them arch and suspend their arms with hands descending to, touching, rising from their shoulders. Hours. You may touch my. Cavaliers. May I touch your? Hours. Oh, but lightly. Cavaliers. Oh, so lightly. The pianola. My little shy little lass has a waist. Zoe and Stephen turn boldly with looser swing. The twilight hours advance from long land shadows, dispersed, lagging, languid-eyed, their cheeks delicate with cypria and false, faint bloom. They are in gray gauze with dark bat sleeves that flutter in the land breeze. McGinney. Avant huit, traversez, salut, cours de main, croisez. The night hours, one by one, steal to the last place. Morning, noon, and twilight hours retreat before them. They are masked with daggered hair and bracelets of dull bells. Weary, they kerchie under their veils. The bracelets. Hey ho, Zoe, twirling her hand to her brow. Oh! McGinney. Les tiroirs, chant de dame, la corbeille, dos à dos. Arabesquing wearily, they weave a pattern on the floor, weaving, unweaving, curtsying, twirling, simply swirling. Zoe. I'm giddy. She frees herself, droops on a chair. Stephen seizes Florrie and turns with her. McGinney. Boulangère, les ronds, les ponts, chevaux de bois, escargot. Twining, receding, with interchanging hands, the night hours link each with arching arms in a mosaic of movements. Stephen and Florrie turn cumbrously. McGinney. Dansez avec vos dames. Changez de dame. Donnez le petit bouquet à votre dame. Remerciez the pianola. Best of all, ba-da-bum. Kitty jumps up. Oh, they played that on the hobby horses at the Myris Bazaar. She runs to Stephen. He leaves Florrie brusquely and seizes Kitty. A screaming bittern's harsh, high whistle shrieks. Groan, grouse, gurgling. Toft's cumbersome whirligig turns slowly the room right round about the room. The pianola. My girl's a Yorkshire girl. Zoe. Yorkshire through and through. Come on, all! She seizes Florrie and waltzes her. Stephen. Pas seul! He wheels Kitty into Lynch's arms, snatches up his ash plant from the table, and takes the floor. All wheel, whirl, waltz, twirl. Bloom, Bella, Kitty, Lynch, Florrie, Zooey, Jujubee women. Stephen with hat, ash plant, frog splits in middle high kicks, with sky-kicking mouth shut, hand, clasp, part under thigh. With clang, tinkle, boom, hammer, tally-ho, horn blower, blue, green, yellow, flashes, Toft's cumbersome turns, with hobby horse riders from gilded snakes dangled, bowels, fandango, leaping, spurn, soil, foot, and fall again. The pianola. Though she's a factory lass and wears no fancy clothes, close clutching swift, swifter with glare, blare, flare, scudding, they scoot, loot, shoot, lumbering by, ba-da-bum, tutti. Encore, bis, bravo, encore. Simon, think of your mother's people. Stephen, dance of death. Bang, fresh barang, bang of lackey's bell, horse, nag, steer, piglings, con me on Christ-ass, lame crutch and leg sailor and cockboat, arm folded, rope pulling, hitching, stamp, hornpipe, through and through, ba-da-bum, on nags, hogs, bell horses, Gadarene swine, corny in coffin, steel shark, stone, one-handled Nelson, two trickies, Frauenzimmer, plum-stained, from pram, falling, bawling, Gum, he's a champion. Fuse blue pier from barrel rev evensong love on Hackney jaunt blazes blind cod doubled bicyclers. Dilly with snowflake, no fancy clothes. Then in last switchback, lumbering up and down bump mash tub, sort of viceroy and wren relish for tub lumper bumpshire rose ba-da-bum.
The couples fall aside. Stephen whirls giddily, room whirls back. Eyes closed, he totters. Red rails fly spacewards, stars all around, suns turn round about. Bright midges dance on walls. He stops dead. Stephen. Ho! Stephen's mother, emaciated, rises stark through the floor in leper gray, with a wreath of faded orange blossoms and a torn bridal veil, her face worn and noseless, green with grave mold. Her hair is scant and lank. She fixes her blue-circled hollow eye sockets on Stephen and opens her toothless mouth, uttering a silent word. A choir of virgins and confessors sing voicelessly. The choir. Liliata utalantium te confessorum, utalantium te virginium. From the top of a tower, Buck Mulligan, in party-colored jester's dress of puce and yellow and a clown's cap with curling bell, stands gaping at her, a smoking, buttered, split scone in his hand. Buck Mulligan. She's beastly dead, the pity of it. Mulligan meets the afflicted mother. He upturns his eyes. Mercurial Malachi. The mother, with the subtle smile of death's madness. I was once the beautiful May Golding. I am dead. Stephen, horror-struck. Lemur, who are you? No! What boogeyman's trick is this? Buck Mulligan shakes his curling cap bell. The mockery of it. Kinch dog's body killed her bitch body. She kicked the bucket. Tears of molten butter fall from his eyes onto the scone. Our great, sweet mother, epi onopa ponton. The mother comes nearer, breathing upon him softly her breath of wetted ashes. All must go through it, Stephen. More women than men in the world. You too. Time will come. Stephen, choking with fright, remorse, and horror. They say I killed you, Mother. He offended your memory. Cancer did it, not I. Destiny. The mother, a green rill of bile trickling from the side of her mouth. You sang that song to me, love's bitter mystery. Stephen, eagerly, tell me the word, Mother, if you know now, the word known to all men. The mother, who saved you the night you jumped into the train at Dalkey with Patty Lee? Who had pity for you when you were sad among the strangers? Prayer is all-powerful. Prayer for the suffering souls in the Ursuline Manual and 40 days indulgence. Repent, Stephen. Stephen, the ghoul, hyena. The mother, I pray for you in my other world. Get Dilly to make you that boiled rice every night after your brain work. Years and years I loved you. Oh, my son, my firstborn, when you lay in my womb. Zoe, fanning herself with the great fan. I'm melting. Florrie points to Stephen. Look, he's white. Bloom goes to the window to open it more. Giddy. The mother, with smoldering eyes. Repent. Oh, the fire of hell. Stephen, panting. His non-corrosive sublimate, the corpse chewer, raw head and bloody bones. The mother, her face drawing nearer and nearer, sending out an ashen breath. Beware. She raises her blackened, withered right arm slowly towards Stephen's breast with outstretched finger. Beware God's hand. A green crab with malignant red eyes sticks its grinning claws in Stephen's heart. Stephen, strangled with rage, his features drawn gray and old. Shite! Bloom at the window. What? Stephen. Non, par exemple. The intellectual imagination with me or not at all? Non serviam. Florrie, give him some water. Wait, she rushes out. The mother wrings her hands slowly, moaning desperately. O Sacred Heart of Jesus, have mercy on him. Save him from hell, O divine Sacred Heart. Stephen, no, no, no. Break my spirit, all of you if you can. I'll bring you all to heal. The mother, in the agony of her death rattle. Have mercy on Stephen, Lord, for my sake. Inexpressible was my anguish when expiring with love, grief, and agony on Mount Calvary. Stephen, nothing. He lifts his ash plant high with both hands and smashes the chandelier. Time's livid final flame leaps, and in the following darkness, ruin of all space, shattered glass, and toppling masonry.
Bloom. I was just going home by Garden Street when I happened to Corny Kelleher. Laughs. Sure, they wanted me to join in with the mots. No, by God, says I, not for old stagers like myself and yourself. He laughs again and leers with lackluster eye. Thanks be to God we have it in the house, what? Eh? Do you follow me? Bloom tries to laugh. Yes, matter of fact, I was just visiting an old friend of mine there, Virag. You don't know him, poor fella. He's laid up for the past week. And we had a liquor together, and I was just making my way home. The horse neighs. The horse. Home. Corny Kelleher. Sure, it was B&R Jarvie there that told me after we left the two commercials in Mrs. Cohen's, and I told him to pull up and get off the sea. He laughs. Sober hearse driver's a speciality. Will I give him a lift home? Where does he hang out? Somewhere in Cabra, what? Bloom. No, in Sandy Cove, I believe, from what he let drop. Stephen, prone, breathes to the stars. Corny Kelleher, a squint, drawls at the horse. Bloom, in gloom, looms down. Corny Kelleher scratches his nape. Sandy Cove. He bends down and calls to Stephen. Eh? He calls again. Eh? It's covered with shavings anyhow. Take care they didn't lift anything off him. Bloom. No. I have his money in his hat here and stick. Corny Kelleher. Ah, well, he'll get over it. No bones broken. Well, I'll shove along. He laughs. I've a rendezvous in the morning, burying the dead. Safe home. The horse neighs. Home. Bloom. Good night. I'll just wait and take him along in a few. Corny Kelleher returns to the outside car and mounts it. The horse harness jingles. Corny Kelleher from the car standing. Night. Bloom. Night. The Jarvey chucks the reins and raises his whip encouragingly. The car and horse back slowly, awkwardly, and turn. Corny Kelleher on the side seat sways his head to and fro in sign of mirth at Bloom's plight. The Jarvey joins in the mute pantomimic merriment nodding from the farther seat. Bloom shakes his head in mute mirthful reply. With thumb and palm, Corny Kelleher reassures that the two bobbies will allow the sleep to continue, for what else is to be done? With a slow nod, Bloom conveys his gratitude, as that is exactly what Stephen needs. The car jingles Tooraloom round a corner of the Tooraloom lane. Corny Kelleher again reassuralooms with his hand. Bloom, with his hand, assuralooms Corny Kelleher that he's reassuraloomte. The tinkling hoofs and jingling harness grow fainter with the Tooraloo-loo-loo-lay. Bloom, holding in his hand Stephen's hat, festooned with shavings, an ash plant, stands irresolute. Then he bends to him and shakes him by the shoulder. Bloom. Hey! Oh! There's no answer. He bends again. Mr. Daedalus! There's no answer. The name, if you call, somnambulist. He bends again and, hesitating, brings his mouth near the face of the prostrate form. Stephen! There is no answer. He calls again. Stephen! Stephen groans. Oh, Black Panther, vampire. He sighs and stretches himself, then murmurs thickly with prolonged vowels. Oh, drive Fergus now, and pierce woods woven shade. He turns on his left side, sighing, doubling himself together. Bloom, poetry, well educated, pity. He bends again and undoes the buttons of Stephen's waistcoat. To breathe. He brushes the wood shavings from Stephen's clothes with light hand and fingers. £1.7. Not hurt, anyhow. He listens. What? Stephen murmurs. Shadows, the woods, white breast, dim sea. He stretches out his arms, sighs again, and curls his body. Bloom, holding the hat and ash plant, stands erect. A dog barks in the distance. Bloom tightens and loosens his grip on the ash plant. He looks down on Stephen's face and form. Bloom communes with the night. Face reminds me of his poor mother in the shady wood, the deep white breast. Ferguson, I think I caught. A girl, some girl. Best thing could happen him. He murmurs, swear that I will always hail, ever conceal, never reveal any part or parts, art or arts. He murmurs, in the rough sands of the sea, a cable tow's length from the shore, where the tide ebbs and flows. Silent, thoughtful, alert, he stands on guard, his fingers at his lips in the attitude of secret master. Against the dark wall, a figure slowly appears, a fairy boy of 11, a changeling, kidnapped, dressed in an Eton suit with glass shoes and a little bronze helmet, holding a book in his hand. He reads from right to left inaudibly, smiling, kissing the page. Bloom, wonderstruck, calls inaudibly. Rudy gazes, unseeing, into Bloom's eyes and goes on reading, kissing, smiling. He has a delicate mauve face. On his suit, he has diamond and ruby buttons. In his free left hand, he holds a slim ivory cane with a violet bow knot. A white lambkin peeps out of his waistcoat pocket.
Preparatory to anything else, Mr. Bloom brushed off the greater bulk of the shavings and handed Stephen the hat and ash plant and bucked him up generally in orthodox Samaritan fashion, which he very badly needed. Stephen's mind was not exactly what you would call wandering, but a bit unsteady, and on his expressed desire for some beverage to drink, Mr. Bloom, in view of the hour it was, and there being no pump of Vartry water available for their ablutions, let alone drinking purposes, hit upon an expedient by suggesting off the reel the propriety of the cabman's shelter, as it was called, hardly a stone's throw away near Butt Bridge, where they might hit upon some drinkables in the shape of a milk and soda or a mineral. But how to get there was the rub. For the nonce, he was rather nonplussed, but inasmuch as the duty plainly devolved upon him to take some measures on the subject, he pondered suitable ways and means during which Stephen repeatedly yawned. So far as he could see, he was rather pale in the face, so that it occurred to him as highly advisable to get a conveyance of some description which would answer in their then condition, both of them being ED'd, particularly Stephen, always assuming there was such a thing to be found. Accordingly, after a few such preliminaries as brushing, in spite of his having forgotten to take up his rather soap-sudsy handkerchief after it had done yeoman service in the shaving line, they both walked together along Beaver Street, or more properly Lane, as far as the farrier's and the distinctly fetid atmosphere of the livery stables at the corner of Montgomery Street, where they made tracks to the left, from thence debouching into Amiens Street, round by the corner of Dan Bergen's. But, as he confidently anticipated, there was not a sign of a Jehu applying for hire anywhere to be seen, except for a four-wheeler, probably engaged by some fellows inside on the spree outside the North Star Hotel. And there was no symptom of its budging a quarter of an inch when Mr. Bloom, who was anything but a professional whistler, endeavored to hail it by emitting a kind of whistle, holding his arms arched over his head twice. This was a quandary, but bringing common sense to bear on it, evidently there was nothing for it but put a good face on the matter and foot it, which they accordingly did. So, beveling around by Mullins and the Signal House, which they shortly reached, they proceeded perforce in the direction of Amiens Street railway terminus, Mr. Bloom being handicapped by the circumstance that one of the back buttons of his trousers had, to vary the time-honored adage, gone the way of all buttons. Though, entering thoroughly into the spirit of the thing, he heroically made light of the mischance. So, as neither of them were particularly pressed for time, as it happened, and the temperature refreshing, since it cleared up after the recent visitation of Jupiter Pluvius, they dandered along past by where the empty vehicle was waiting without a fare or a jarvie. As it so happened, a Dublin United Trailways Company's sand strewer happened to be returning, and the elder man recounted to his companion, apropos of the incident, his own truly miraculous escape of some little while back. They passed the main entrance of the Great Northern Railway Station, the starting point for Belfast, where, of course, all traffic was suspended at that late hour, and passing the back door of the morgue, a not very enticing locality, not to say gruesome to a degree, more especially at night, ultimately gained the Dock Tavern and, in due course, turned into Store Street, famous for its C Division police station. Between this point and the high, at present, unlit warehouses of Beresford Place, Stephen thought to think of Ibsen associated with Baird's The Stonecutters in his mind somehow, and Talbot Place, first turning on the right, while the other, who was acting as Fidus Achates, inhaled with internal satisfaction the smell of James Rourke's City Bakery, situated quite close to where they were. The very palatable odor, indeed, of our daily bread. Of all commodities of the public, the primary and most indispensable. Bread, the staff of life. Earn your bread. Oh, tell me, where is fancy bread? At Rourke's the baker's, it is said.
Now, given the weather, we'll read this a little quickly. Mr. Bloom and Stephen entered the cabman shelter, an unpretentious wooden structure where, prior to then, he had rarely, if ever, been before. The former, having previously whispered to the latter a few hints anent the keeper of it, said to be the once famous Skin the Goat, Fitzharris, the Invincible, though he could not vouch for the actual facts, which quite possibly there was not one vestige of truth in. A few moments later saw our two noctambules safely seated in a discreet corner, only to be greeted by stares from the decidedly miscellaneous collection of waifs and strays and other nondescript specimens of the genus Homo, already there engaged in eating and drinking, diversified by conversation, for whom they seemingly formed an object of marked curiosity. Now touching a cup of coffee, Mr. Bloom ventured to plausibly suggest, to break the ice, "It occurs to me that you ought to sample something in the shape of solid food, say a roll of some description." Accordingly, his first act was, with characteristic sang-froid, to order these commodities quietly. The hoi polloi of Jarvies or stevedores or whatever they were, after a cursory examination, turned their eyes, apparently dissatisfied, away, though one red-headed, bibulous individual, portion of whose hair was grayish, a sailor probably, still stared for some appreciable time before transferring his rapt attention to the floor. Mr. Bloom, availing himself of the right of free speech, he having just a bowing acquaintance with the language in dispute, though to be sure, rather in a quandary over Volio, remarked to his protege in an audible tone of voice apropos of the battle royal in the street, which was still raging fast and furious. A beautiful language, I mean, for singing purposes. Why do you not write your poetry in that language? Bella poetria, so melodious and full, belladonna, Volio. Stephen, who was trying his dead best to yawn if he could, suffering from lassitude generally, replied, to fill the ear of a cow elephant. They were haggling over money. Is that so, Mr. Bloom asked. Of course, he subjoined pensively, at the inward reflection of there being more languages to start with than were absolutely necessary, it may be only the southern glamour that surrounds it. The keeper of the shelter in the middle of this tete-a-tete put a boiling, swimming cup of a choice concoction labeled coffee on the table and a rather antediluvian specimen of a bun, or so it seemed, after which he bid a retreat to his counter. Mr. Bloom, determining to have a good square look at him later on so as not to appear to, for which reason he encouraged Stephen to proceed with his eyes while he did the honors by surreptitiously pushing the cup of what was temporarily supposed to be called coffee gradually nearer him. Sounds are impostures, Stephen said after a pause of some little time, like names. Cicero, Podmore, Napoleon, Mr. Goodbody, Jesus, Mr. Doyle. Shakespeare's were as common as Murphy's. What's in a name? Yes, to be sure, Mr. Bloom unaffectedly concurred. Of course. Our name was changed too, he added, pushing the so-called roll across.
The red-bearded sailor, who had his weather eye on the newcomers, boarded Stephen, whom he had singled out for attention, in particular, squarely, by asking, "And what might your name be?" Just in the nick of time, Mr. Bloom touched his companion's boot, but Stephen, apparently disregarding the warm pressure from an unexpected quarter, answered, "Daedalus." The sailor stared at him heavily from a pair of drowsy, baggy eyes, rather bunged up from excessive use of booze, preferably good old Hollands and water. "You know Simon Daedalus?" he asked at length. "I've heard of him," Stephen said. Mr. Bloom was all at sea for a moment, seeing the others evidently eavesdropping too. "He's Irish," the seaman bold affirmed, staring still in much the same way and nodding. "All Irish." "All too Irish," Stephen rejoined. As for Mr. Bloom, he could neither make head nor tail of the whole business, and he was just asking himself what possible connection, when the sailor, of his own accord, turned to the other occupants of the shelter with the remark, "I seen 'em shoot 2 eggs off 2 bottles at 50 yards over the shoulder. The left-handed dead shot." Though he was slightly hampered by an occasional stammer, and his gestures being also clumsy as it was, still he did his best to explain. "Bottles out there, say, 50 yards measured. Eggs on the bottles. Cocks his gun over his shoulder. Aims." He turned his body half round, shut up his right eye completely, then he screwed up his features up some ways sideways and glanced out into the night with an unprepossessing cast of countenance. "Pum!" he shouted once. The entire audience waited, anticipating an additional detonation, there still being a further egg. "Pum!" he shouted twice. Egg 2, evidently demolished, he nodded and winked, adding bloodthirstily, Buffalo Bill shoots to kill, never missed, nor he never will. A silence ensued till Mr. Bloom, for agreeableness' sake, just felt like asking him whether it was for a marksmanship competition like the Bisley. Beg pardon, the sailor said. Long ago, Mr. Bloom pursued without flinching a hair's breadth. I'm being called off stage. To be continued.
Well, we're going to have to take a quick break, a break for the rain. And what we're going to do is we're going to give you a time. Instead of saying, like, when the rain stops, at 7 o'clock, we're going to reconvene and all the models are telling us that by 7, the rain will be done. It should be like a little before then. 7 o'clock, we're going to do Ithaca and with Michael Toner and Mal White, and then Drusy McDaniel will do her final Molly Bloom soliloquy. 7 o'clock.